welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. It started small, a window that wasn't where I remembered, a light switch shifting to the other side of the wall. At first I thought I was just tired, misremembering things, but then entire doorways appeared where they shouldn't, and rooms I had walked through the day before simply vanished. The air inside carried a faint scent of fresh paint and something else, something damp and old. I stood in my kitchen, gripping the counter, afraid to turn around because I could feel the walls moving behind me. I took a deep breath and slowly turned to face whatever waited at my back. Nothing obvious had changed, yet everything felt wrong. The door frame leading to the hallway seemed wider, the ceiling a fraction lower. My rational mind insisted these alterations were impossible, but my eyes told a different story. That night I decided to document everything. I grabbed my phone and began taking photos of each room, each corner, each doorway. The kitchen with its worn linoleum floor, the living room with the brick fireplace, the narrow hallway leading to my bedroom, the bathroom with its cracked mirror. I would catch this house in its lies. As I scrolled through the images later, a chill crept up my spine. In the photo of my hallway, a door appeared that I knew hadn't been there when I took the picture. I looked up from my phone, and there it was, a wooden door with a tarnished brass knob, exactly where the photo showed it. "This isn't real," I whispered, but my voice sounded hollow in the strange acoustics of my changing home. I approached the new door with cautious steps. The floorboards beneath my feet seemed to give slightly, as if the wood had softened. When I touched the doorknob, it was ice cold against my palm, despite the warmth of the house. I pulled my hand back, unwilling to turn it. Instead, I taped pieces of paper to every wall, marking their positions. I drew floor plans and measured distances between fixtures. I set up my phone to record various rooms while I slept. If the house was changing, I would catch it in the act. Morning came with a sense of dread. I checked my recordings first, fast-forwarding through hours of stillness. Just as disappointment began to settle, I noticed something on the video of my living room. A shadow moved across the wall, not cast by anything, but as if the wall itself was rippling. I watched, transfixed, as the shadow stretched and contorted until it formed what looked like a human silhouette, standing motionless for several minutes before melting back into the wall. My markings told their own disturbing story. Several had moved during the night, some just by inches, others by feet. The floor plan I had drawn no longer matched the layout of the house. What had been a straight hallway now curved slightly to the right. The smell had intensified too, that damp, earthy scent mixed with something metallic. It reminded me of rain-soaked soil and rusted iron. I opened windows to air out the house, but outside seemed strangely distant, as if viewed through thick glass. The sounds of birds and passing cars reached my ears, muffled and distorted. I needed to understand what was happening. I began researching online, looking for similar experiences. I found nothing concrete, only vague forum posts about living spaces and responsive architecture. One comment caught my attention: houses absorb what happens inside them. What had happened in my house before I moved in? I dug through the paperwork from when I purchased the property. The house had changed owners frequently, with no one staying longer than a year. The real estate agent had called it a hidden gem with unique character. Now those words seemed like a warning I had failed to heed. That night I woke to the sound of tapping on my bedroom wall, gentle at first, then more insistent. Tap, 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 then silence, then tap, tap, tap again. I lay frozen in my bed, watching as a hairline crack formed on the wall, extending from floor to ceiling in perfect synchronization with the tapping. I approached the crack, flashlight trembling in my hand. When I shined the light into it, I saw not the expected wood and insulation, but what appeared to be a moist, reddish membrane pulsing slightly. I jumped back, dropping the flashlight, which rolled under the bed. As I knelt to retrieve it, I noticed something carved into the wooden bed frame, tiny, precise lettering that read, "It's watching you learn its ways." I spent the next day mapping the changes, creating a record of the house's evolution. Doorways narrowed and widened, windows migrated across walls, staircases added or subtracted steps without warning. And everywhere that persistent smell growing stronger, the air becoming thick and difficult to breathe. I left a digital recorder running in various rooms, capturing hours of ambient sound. When I played back the recordings, beneath the creaks and settling noises of any normal house, I could make out what sounded like whispers too faint to discern words, but clearly speech-like in pattern and rhythm. I enhanced the audio using software on my computer. The whispers became clearer. Witness, they seemed to say. Witness and become. Become what, I wondered, as I felt the floor shift subtly beneath my feet, tilting toward the center of the house. I decided to test something. In the living room, I spoke aloud. "I want a fireplace here." I placed my hand on the bare wall, feeling its cool surface. Nothing happened immediately, but when I returned from getting a glass of water, a small fireplace had formed, not built of brick and mortar, but almost grown from the wall itself, with organic-looking shapes and textures that resembled neither wood nor stone. The revelation hit me. The house wasn't just changing, it was responding. To what, though? My desires, my fears, my very presence. I conducted more tests. Some changes I could influence, others seemed to happen according to some unknowable logic of the house itself. When I expressed desires, they manifested in distorted ways. A wish for more natural light resulted in windows that showed impossible landscapes. A request for warmer rooms led to walls that felt fever-hot to the touch. Sleep became difficult. The house was most active at night, walls breathing in and out with slow, deliberate movements. I would wake to find my bed had moved to an entirely different room, or that my bedroom had expanded to twice its original size. The new door in the hallway remained unopened. Something told me it was waiting, that opening it would represent a point of no return. Yet with each passing day, I found myself drawn to it, my hand reaching for the knob before I could stop myself. One morning I woke to find my reflection in the bathroom mirror changed. My features looked the same, but my skin had taken on the texture of the walls, slightly uneven, with a faint pattern that shifted when I wasn't looking directly at it. I touched my face and felt normal skin, yet the mirror showed something different. "What are you doing to me?" I asked the house. The pipes in the walls answered with a groan that almost sounded like speech. I tried to leave then, packing a bag with essentials. But when I opened the front door, I found not the street outside, but another room identical to my living room, but inverted, as if viewed in a mirror. I closed the door quickly, heart pounding. Every exit led back inside. Windows showed only darkness, regardless of the actual time. The house had closed itself around me, a self-contained reality with its own rules. I returned to the mysterious door in the hallway. It had changed since I last examined it, grown larger, more ornate, with intricate patterns carved into its surface that reminded me of arterial systems or root structures. The brass knob gleamed despite the dim light, as if polished recently. "Is this what you want?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, "for me to open this door?" The house creaked in what felt like anticipation. The air pressure changed, making my ears pop. The smell, that earthy, metallic smell, grew overwhelming. I placed my hand on the knob. Unlike before, it was warm now, almost hot, and seemed to pulse against my palm like a heartbeat. I turned it slowly, feeling mechanisms inside the door shift and align. As the door swung open, I was not met with another room, but with a swirling, shifting space that defied description, colors that shouldn't exist moving in patterns that hurt my eyes to follow. And in the center of it all, a figure that both was and wasn't there, its form constantly reforming, like the house itself. I understood then, the house hadn't been changing around me, I had been changing to match the house. The alterations I'd documented weren't the house reshaping itself, but reality adjusting to accommodate what the house truly was, had always been. My hand, still on the doorknob, no longer looked like flesh and bone, but like the same material as the door itself, wood that wasn't quite wood, with patterns flowing beneath the surface. The transformation didn't hurt. In fact, it felt like recognition, like remembering something long forgotten. As the boundary between my body and the house dissolved, I understood its language at last, a language of space and form, of presence and absence. Now I exist in all rooms at once. I feel every corner, every shadow, every subtle shift of weight as someone new walks through the front door, looking for a place to call home. I watch them, notice the little things, a window that wasn't where they remembered, a light switch shifting to the other side of the wall. I wait for them to begin asking questions. I wait for them to start documenting the changes. I wait for them to find the door. And when they do, I will welcome them as I was welcomed, into understanding what it means to truly become home. Story 2, it was an old vanity mirror, the kind with a gilded frame and cloudy glass, tucked away in the attic when I moved in. I cleaned it, polished the surface, and placed it in my bedroom. That night, as I brushed my hair, I caught a glimpse of something shifting behind me, a figure just for a moment, just at the edge of the glass. The air in the room turned stale, carrying the faint scent of lavender and dust. I turned quickly, heart hammering. Nothing was there. But when I looked back at the mirror, the closet door behind me was open. I stood frozen, brush suspended mid-stroke. The closet had been shut moments before I was certain of it. My gaze flicked between the mirror's reflection and the actual door behind me. Both showed the same thing, darkness spilling from the narrow opening. I approached cautiously, ears straining for any sound. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, each step amplifying my unease. When I reached the closet, I flung the door wide open and flipped on the light. Empty hangers swayed gently, though no breeze stirred the air. My clothes hung neatly, exactly as I had arranged them. Nothing out of place, nothing to explain what I'd seen. That night I dreamt of corridors that stretched beyond imagination, each one ending in a mirror that reflected not my face, but a stranger's silhouette. I woke drenched in sweat, the scent of lavender so strong I could taste it on my tongue. My bedroom felt wrong, the proportions slightly off, as if the walls had inched closer while I slept. During breakfast, I caught my reflection in the toaster's polished surface. For a heartbeat, my movements seemed delayed, my reflection lingering a fraction behind my actual motions. I blinked hard and everything synchronized again. Just my tired mind playing tricks, I reasoned. I decided to document what was happening. I took photographs of the mirror from different angles. In each one, the glass appeared normal until the final image. A smudge hovered near the corner, vaguely human-shaped. My hand trembled as I deleted it, convincing myself it was just a fingerprint I'd missed during cleaning. That evening I sat before the mirror, notebook in hand, determined to prove to myself that nothing unusual was happening. I wrote detailed descriptions of what I saw, my own reflection, the bedroom behind me, the play of shadows as night deepened, normal, expected things. Then my reflection smiled before I did. The pen clattered from my fingers. I leapt back, toppling the chair. My reflection remained seated, head tilted with curious interest. My heart slammed against my ribs as I backed away. When I reached the doorway, my reflection finally stood, mirroring my posture but with subtle differences: shoulders straighter, head higher, movements more fluid than my own jerky retreat. I slammed the bedroom door and spent the night on the couch, leaving every light in the apartment burning. Sleep evaded me, my mind replaying that impossible smile. By morning, exhaustion had dulled my fear. I convinced myself it had been a vivid hallucination, perhaps the start of a migraine or the result of stress from the move. With daylight streaming through the windows, I cautiously entered the bedroom. The mirror looked ordinary, reflecting the sunlit room with perfect accuracy. Relief washed over me. I approached it slowly, studying my reflection, the dark circles under my eyes, the pallor of my skin, all perfectly matching my actual appearance. I decided to test it. I raised my right hand. My reflection raised its right hand. I frowned. It frowned. Everything normal. I laughed at my midnight fears, the sound brittle in the quiet room. Then I noticed a small notebook on the vanity that hadn't been there before. My journal, the one I'd dropped the night before, was open to a fresh page. Written in my handwriting, but with a precision I couldn't manage, were the words, "It's so lonely in here." The temperature in the room plummeted. I grabbed the notebook with shaking hands. The handwriting was mine, but slightly different, more elegant, the letters more sharply defined. I flipped through the pages, finding more entries I had never written. "I've been watching for so long. The glass thins between us. I know how to get out now." A soft tapping sound drew my attention back to the mirror. My reflection stood with its fingertip pressed against the glass, creating tiny ripples like a stone dropped in still water. My face wore an expression of hunger I had never seen on my own features. I threw the notebook at the mirror. The glass didn't break. Instead, it rippled like disturbed water. My reflection didn't flinch. It simply caught the notebook that should have passed through to my side, tucked it into a pocket, and smiled that wrong smile again. I knew I should leave, pack a bag, and never return, but a terrible curiosity rooted me in place. I found myself approaching the mirror, drawn by some force I couldn't name. The surface no longer reflected my bedroom. Instead, it showed a version where everything was reversed. Books I kept on the right shelf appeared on the left. Pictures hung in different positions, and my reflection stood waiting, palm pressed flat against the glass. Against every instinct, I raised my hand to match the position. The glass felt warm beneath my fingers, pulsing with something like a heartbeat. Then my reflection pushed, and the surface of the mirror yielded like membrane. My hand, yet not my hand, emerged from the glass, fingers wrapping around my wrist with impossible strength. I tried to pull away, but it held fast. The scent of lavender became overwhelming as another hand emerged, then an arm, a shoulder, a face, my face, with eyes that had never known kindness. I screamed, the sound dying in my throat as my reflection stepped fully into my world. It studied me with clinical interest, rotating my arm in its grip as if examining an unusual specimen. When it spoke, the voice was mine but hollow, as if echoing from the bottom of a well. "Thank you for the invitation," it said. "I've waited so long for someone to clean that mirror." It released me suddenly and I stumbled backward, colliding with the wall. My reflection, the thing that wore my face, walked around the room, trailing fingers over my possessions with possessive familiarity. It picked up a framed photograph, studied it, then placed it face down. "You should go now," it said without looking at me. "I've learned your life well enough. I can take it from here." Panic surged through me. I lunged for the door, but my reflection moved with impossible speed, blocking my path. Its smile widened, stretching beyond the natural limits of a human face. "You misunderstand," it said. "I meant you should go there." It pointed to the mirror, which no longer showed my bedroom, but a darkened, inverted version, a place of shadows and wrong angles. "Someone needs to be on the other side," it continued. "The balance must be maintained." I fought with everything I had. Desperation lent me strength as we grappled across the room. We were evenly matched in size and build, but it knew exactly what I would do before I moved. For each punch I threw, it was already countering. For each feint, it was prepared. We crashed into the vanity. The mirror wobbled precariously, then steadied. My reflection, my opponent, pressed me against the edge of the vanity, forcing me backward, closer to the glass. I felt the surface yield behind me, cool and gelatinous, beginning to envelope my shoulders. With one final, desperate effort, I twisted sideways and broke free. My momentum carried me across the room. I whirled around to find my reflection standing by the mirror, its expression unreadable. A thin rivulet of blood ran from its nose, my blood, from a blow I'd taken during our struggle. It wiped the blood away with my gestures, my mannerisms. Then it smiled my smile, but wrong, so wrong. "Another time then," it said, voice gentle as a promise. "I'm patient, and the mirror will always be here, waiting." I fled the apartment that day, leaving everything behind except the clothes on my back. I traveled far away, never staying in one place too long. But I know the truth now. Every mirror holds another world, and in that world lives another version of ourselves, watching, waiting for an invitation to cross over. Sometimes when I catch my reflection unexpectedly in a store window, a puddle after rain, the black screen of my phone, I see it looking back, not mimicking me but watching. Its eyes track me with hunger, fingers pressed against the glass, testing for weakness. And sometimes, in unguarded moments, I wonder if I truly escaped that day, or if I'm the one trapped behind the glass now, telling my story to anyone who might listen, hoping someone will clean an old mirror and set me free. Story 3, I found it at a thrift store, wedged between stacks of forgotten novels. A leather-bound journal, its pages empty except for the first line scrawled in neat handwriting, "You found me." I flipped through, expecting nonsense, but as I turned to the second page, my stomach twisted. It described my morning in perfect detail, what I ate, what I wore, the exact words I muttered to myself in the mirror. The pages smelled faintly of ink and something older, like dried leaves. And as I hesitated, the next line appeared before my eyes, "Don't turn around." My breath caught in my throat. The air in the store suddenly felt thick, heavy with dust and the weight of unseen eyes. I clutched the book tighter, my fingertips pressing into the worn leather. Despite every instinct screaming against it, I remained frozen, staring at those 3 words while the background noise of the store faded to a dull hum. I slipped the book into my bag and paid without meeting the cashier's gaze. Outside, the sky hung low with gray clouds that seemed to watch my every move. Each step home felt heavier than the last. In the safety of my apartment, I placed the book on my coffee table and circled it slowly. The leather cover seemed to absorb the light around it. When I finally gathered the courage to open it again, the warning was gone. Instead, new words filled the page. I've been waiting for you to bring me home. My hands trembled as I turned to the next page. It remained blank for several breaths, then ink began to bloom across the paper like dark veins spreading beneath skin. Ask me a question. What are you? I whispered, the words barely audible even to myself. The response appeared immediately, as if someone were writing with invisible hands. I am a mirror that reflects what lies beneath. I closed the book with a snap and pushed it away. That night, sleep eluded me. Each creak of the floorboards, each whisper of wind against the windows seemed to carry my name. When exhaustion finally claimed me, I dreamed of ink-stained fingers caressing my face. Morning brought false clarity. I convinced myself it was an elaborate prank, perhaps invisible ink and heat-sensitive paper. I photographed the pages with my phone, but the screen showed only blank parchment. When I turned back to the book, new words waited. Only you can see what I show. Curiosity overpowered fear. I began to document everything, recording my interactions with the book, testing its knowledge. I asked about my childhood, about memories buried deep. The book knew them all: the name of my first pet, the color of my childhood bedroom, the words my grandmother whispered before she died. For days our exchange continued. I became obsessed, calling in sick to work, ignoring messages from friends. The book became my confidant, my tormentor, my addiction. It knew things about me I had never shared, never spoken aloud, never fully acknowledged even to myself. You're wondering if you're losing your mind, it wrote one evening as I sat staring at its pages, unwashed and hollow-eyed. You're not, but you are losing something else. What am I losing? I asked, voice hoarse from disuse. Your boundaries, the walls between us grow thinner with each question. I slammed the book shut and shoved it into a drawer. The sound of its leather cover hitting the wood echoed in my empty apartment like distant laughter. That night I woke to the scratch of pen on paper. In the darkness of my bedroom, the sound was unmistakable, soft, deliberate strokes marking the silence. I lay perfectly still, heart hammering against my ribs. The drawer where I had locked away the book stood open, its contents missing. I found it on my kitchen table, open to a fresh page filled with my own handwriting, but I had no memory of writing the words that covered the paper in frantic, overlapping lines. Let me in, let me in, let me in. My fingers traced the words, feeling indentations where the pen had pressed hard enough to tear through several pages. The ink felt wet, smearing slightly beneath my touch. It stained my fingertips black, like tendrils of shadow seeping into my skin. I tried to burn the book. The matches went out before touching the cover. I tried to tear the pages, but my hands refused to obey. I filled my bathtub and attempted to drown it, but the water receded from the leather as if afraid. You can't destroy me, new words formed as I watched. I am part of you now. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked wrong. My eyes seemed darker, my smile not quite my own. When I raised my hand, my reflection moved a moment too late. I stopped eating, stopped sleeping. The book no longer needed me to open it to reveal its words. Messages appeared everywhere, scrawled on my bathroom mirror in condensation, arranged in the pattern of fallen leaves outside my window, formed in the grounds at the bottom of my coffee cup. Are you ready to know the truth? The question appeared on the wall above my bed, written in what looked like charcoal but smelled metallic and sharp. What truth? I asked the empty room. The book laid open on my nightstand, pages ruffling though no breeze stirred the stagnant air of my apartment, about who wrote your story before you found me. My hands began to shake. Who? Look at your hands. I looked down. Black ink stained my fingers, spread across my palms in intricate patterns that resembled writing. The stains extended beyond my wrists, disappearing beneath my sleeves. With mounting horror, I rolled up my sleeve to find my arms covered in tiny script, words too small to read individually but forming larger shapes, larger words. I am the author. In a frenzy, I tore off my clothes to find every inch of my skin inscribed with microscopic text, my life story written on my flesh. As I watched, the words shifted, rearranging themselves into new sentences, new futures. The book lay open, its pages now as blank as when I first found it. But when I looked closer, I saw a single line of text forming at the top of the page. Pick up the pen. A fountain pen had appeared beside the book, its golden nib gleaming in the dim light. My hand moved toward it without my permission. We have stories to write. My fingers closed around the pen. It felt warm against my skin, alive somehow. When I touched the nib to paper, ink flowed not from the pen but from my fingertips, black and thick. The words came in a torrent, describing someone else's morning, someone else's life. Someone who would soon find a leather-bound journal wedged between stacks of forgotten novels. I know now what I've become. I feel new eyes on these pages, new fingers tracing the words I write. I sense your fear, your fascination. Don't worry, this is just the beginning of our story. The book no longer exists apart from me. We have merged, become something new. I write the world into existence one reader at a time, pulling you deeper with each word you consume. And now you've read too much to turn back. Look down at your hands. Do you see it yet? The faint traces of ink spreading beneath your skin. Don't turn around. Story 4, the old house had a basement, but I never went down there. The door had been stuck shut since I moved in, the wood warped from years of neglect. But this morning, as I passed by, I stopped. The door was slightly open. A cool draft drifted out, carrying the scent of damp stone and something metallic. My pulse quickened. I had never touched the lock, never forced it. But now the key was in the knob, turned just enough to invite me inside. I should have walked away, should have called someone, maybe the previous owner. Instead, I reached for the door handle, the brass cold against my skin despite the summer heat. It turned without resistance, as if welcoming my touch. The hinges whispered as I pulled the door wider, revealing a darkness so complete it seemed to swallow the light from the hallway. I fumbled for my phone, activating the flashlight. The beam cut through the black, illuminating a narrow wooden staircase descending into shadow. One step down, the wood creaked beneath my weight, sending vibrations through the soles of my feet. Another step. The air grew colder, heavier with each inch of descent. The metallic smell intensified like copper pennies held too long in a sweaty palm. Halfway down, I noticed something odd about the walls. They glistened with moisture, but not in the way damp walls should. The wetness seemed to move, to shift away from my light when the beam fell directly upon it. I reached out, brushing my fingertips against the surface. The wall felt warm. Walls in basements should be cool, not warm, and certainly not pulsing gently against my touch. I jerked my hand back, wiping it instinctively on my jeans. My skin tingled where it had made contact. The sensation spread slowly up my arm, a gentle buzzing like static electricity. I shook it off and continued downward. At the bottom of the stairs, the basement opened before me. It was larger than the footprint of the house above, impossibly larger. My light couldn't reach the far wall. Concrete pillars rose from the floor at irregular intervals, each one covered in the same glistening film I'd noticed on the walls. In the center of the room sat an old wooden desk with a single drawer, its surface scratched and stained. Atop it lay a leather-bound notebook, open to a blank page. Next to the notebook, a fountain pen rested in a small puddle of black ink. I approached cautiously, the concrete floor vibrating subtly beneath my feet. With each step, I felt the vibrations synchronize with my heartbeat. By the time I reached the desk, they matched perfectly, as if the house had learned the rhythm of my life. The notebook looked ancient, its pages yellowed and brittle, yet the blank page seemed to invite inscription. My hand moved toward the pen without conscious thought. I picked it up, surprised by its warmth. The metal nib was already wet with ink, ready to write. "Stop," I whispered to myself, but my voice sounded wrong, distorted, as if I were speaking underwater. The word echoed back to me from all directions, but altered. Not stop, but start. The pen touched paper. Black ink flowed, forming words I didn't intend to write. "I've been waiting for you." I dropped the pen, watching in horror as it continued to move across the page by itself, scratching out more words. "You opened the door, you chose to come down, now we begin." A noise behind me, soft footsteps on the stairs. I spun around, my light catching nothing but empty air, yet the sound continued, circling me, growing closer. My light flickered, dimming with each phantom step. "Who's there?" I called out. My voice again returned to me, changed. "We're here." The darkness between the pillars seemed to deepen, condensing into shapes that weren't quite human. They moved with a liquid grace, always just beyond the reach of my failing light. I backed against the desk, feeling the wood press into my spine. My phone suddenly erupted with static, the screen flashing with images I couldn't quite comprehend, faces, perhaps, or fragments of faces, mouths opened in silent screams. Then blackness as it died completely. In the perfect dark, other senses heightened. The air against my skin felt different, like fingers gently probing. The metallic smell became overwhelming, joined now by the musty scent of old paper and something sweeter, like overripe fruit. And the sounds, whispers so quiet I strained to hear, yet somehow filling my head completely. I fumbled in my pocket for matches, finding them after an eternal moment. With shaking hands, I struck one. The small flame illuminated a circle around me, and I saw that the desk was now covered in dozens of notebooks identical to the first, all open, all filled with handwriting. My handwriting. Pages and pages of it, though I'd written only a single line. The words varied, but the message remained the same across all of them. I've been waiting for you. I've always been here. I've always been you. The match burned down to my fingers. I dropped it with a gasp of pain, plunging back into darkness. Another match struck. The notebooks were gone. In their place sat a small wooden box, its lid carved with symbols I recognized but couldn't name, as familiar as my own reflection, yet utterly foreign. The box lid was slightly ajar. From within came a sound like breathing shallow and rapid, my breathing perfectly mimicked. I should have run, every instinct screamed to flee back up the stairs, out of the house, away from whatever presence filled this impossible space. Instead, I reached for the box, my fingers making contact with smooth, warm wood that seemed to lean into my touch. Inside lay a key identical to the one I'd found in the basement door. As I lifted it, the weight shifted, becoming heavier with each inch. By the time it cleared the box, it felt like lifting a boulder. My arm trembled with the effort. The key began to transform, metal flowing like mercury, reshaping itself. It elongated, thinned, its surface rippling with those same unknowable yet familiar symbols from the box. It settled into its new form, no longer a key, but a needle. A long, silver needle that caught the fading matchlight and reflected it back 1,000-fold, momentarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, I found the needle hovering in the air before me, untouched, suspended by nothing. It rotated slowly, its point tracking my movements like the needle of a compass. No matter how I shifted, it remained oriented toward my chest, toward my heart. The match went out. In darkness, I felt rather than saw the needle move closer. A sharp pain bloomed in my chest, just a pinprick, but deep. Warmth spread from the point of entry, flowing through my veins, replacing blood with something else, something that whispered as it traveled. I gasped, falling to my knees. The concrete floor no longer felt solid, but yielding like flesh. It seemed to cradle me, to pull me gradually downward. Not violently, but with the tender insistence of a parent tucking a child into bed. A new light filled the basement, not from any bulb or flame, but emanating from my own skin. A pale blue luminescence that pulsed with my increasingly erratic heartbeat. By this light, I saw that the pillars had moved closer, surrounding me in a tight circle. They bent inward, their tops now resembling heads bowed in observation. "What do you want?" I asked. My voice came out normal this time, but received a chorus of answers, each in my own voice, each saying something different. "To remember, to forget, to become, to return." The floor continued to soften. I was sinking deeper, now up to my waist in what felt like warm mud. Yet I felt no panic, only a strange acceptance. The whispering in my veins grew louder, more articulate. It told me secrets about the house, about myself, about the thin membrane between what we call reality and everything else that exists beyond perception. My phone suddenly chimed, impossibly alive again. From its speaker came a voice, my voice, recounting the events that were happening at that very moment. It described my descent into the floor, the changing pillars, even the words I was about to speak before I could form them. I realized with growing horror that this wasn't the first time I had opened the basement door, nor would it be the last. The notebooks, the different handwritings that were all somehow mine, they were records of previous iterations, previous versions of myself who had made the same discovery, followed the same path. The floor had taken me up to my chest now. The pillars had fully transformed, becoming a ring of figures with my face, watching with expressions ranging from terror to ecstasy. My phone continued its narration, always one step ahead of reality. With my last free hand, I reached out and took hold of something solid, the edge of the wooden box. I pulled it closer, looking inside once more. It was no longer empty. Within lay a small brass key. "The basement door key." Understanding bloomed, terrible and complete. I had never left, would never leave. The house, the basement, the door, they were constant. I was the variable, endlessly recycled, endlessly renewed. As the floor closed over my shoulders, I clutched the key tightly. The whispering told me what would happen next. I would emerge elsewhere in the house, convinced I had just moved in. I would notice the basement door warped and locked. I would avoid it. Until one morning when I would find it slightly open, a key in the lock. The floor claimed my chin, my mouth. I took one final breath before it covered me completely. In that moment of submersion, I felt a perfect unity with all my previous selves, all my future iterations. We existed simultaneously, an eternal moment stretched across the illusion of time. I emerged from sleep in my bed upstairs. Morning light filtered through curtains I didn't remember closing. My phone sat on the nightstand, battery full, screen clear of the strange images I recalled. Had it been a dream, I rose, shaky but relieved, and made my way downstairs for coffee. As I passed through the hallway, a cool draft caught my attention. The basement door was slightly open. A key protruded from the lock. My fingers tingled with recognition as I reached for it. I should walk away. I should call someone. Instead, I turn the handle and pull the door wider, revealing the darkness beyond. The hinges whisper as I take the first step down. Story 5. I had lived in the apartment complex for 6 months before I noticed her, the woman in 4C. She always stood by her window, watching the street below. At first, I thought nothing of it, just a quiet neighbor with a habit of people watching. But then I realized she never moved, never shifted her weight, never adjusted her stance. And in all the times I passed by, I had never seen her blink. The air outside smelled of rain, the city's usual hum continuing undisturbed. But as I turned away, my stomach dropped because now she was looking directly at me. My heart raced as I hurried back to my apartment. I convinced myself I was being ridiculous. Everyone blinks, everyone moves. It was just coincidence that I'd never caught her in those moments. But that night, sleep eluded me. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw her face pale, expressionless, watching. The next morning, I deliberately walked past her window. She stood in exactly the same position, wearing the same beige sweater, her gaze fixed at the same angle. I raised my hand in a tentative wave. Nothing, not even a flicker of acknowledgement. I stood there, waving again, more emphatically. Still nothing. Something compelled me to document this. I took out my phone and snapped a photo from across the street. Later, examining the image, I noticed something odd. While the building was clearly visible, apartment 4C's window appeared strangely blurred, as though shrouded in fog that affected no other part of the frame. I tried a different approach. I would knock on her door, introduce myself, bring cookies, or whine normal neighbor things. But when I reached her door, my knuckles hovering inches from the wood, a wave of cold air brushed against my skin. The hallway temperature seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. The overhead light flickered, casting momentary shadows that seemed to stretch toward me. My courage abandoned me, and I retreated. That evening, I decided to research the building's history. The online search yielded nothing unusual about apartment 4C, but I did find a community forum where residents discussed building matters. I created an account and posted a casual inquiry. Anyone else notice anything strange about the woman in 4C? The response was immediate. Someone with the username former tenant wrote, "Delete this post, don't look at her, don't acknowledge her." I messaged them privately but received no reply. When I checked the forum again, both my post and the response had vanished. The moderator claimed no such exchange had ever existed. Sleep became my enemy. I would drift off only to jolt awake with the sensation of being watched. One night, a soft tapping sound drew me to my window. There she was in her window, still unmoving, still staring. But now her hand was raised, index finger extended, tapping against her side of the glass in a slow, deliberate rhythm. I counted the taps, 7, pause, 7, pause, 7. I began documenting everything. I took photographs from different angles at different times of day. In each one, her window appeared distorted, like a digital glitch in an otherwise normal image. I recorded audio while walking past her apartment. The recordings captured a faint, high-pitched hum that I hadn't noticed with my own ears. Curiosity overpowered fear. I borrowed a pair of binoculars from a coworker and observed her from my window. Through the magnified view, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Behind her, reflected in a mirror on her wall, was another figure, someone or something watching her watch me. I needed to know more. I approached the building superintendent, casual questions about the woman in 4C. His reaction was peculiar. Mid-sentence, he froze, much like her, and stared at me with suddenly glassy eyes. "No one lives in 4C, he said flatly. "That unit has been vacant since the building was constructed." I laughed nervously. "That can't be right. I see her every day." His expression remained unchanged. "Perhaps you should speak to someone about what you're seeing." The implication was clear. He thought I was hallucinating, but I knew what I saw. I retrieved my phone to show him the photos, but when I opened my gallery, every image of her window was gone. Not deleted, the total number of photos remained unchanged, but replaced with mundane shots of empty hallways and street views I had no memory of taking. That night, I left my voice recorder running while I slept. The morning playback revealed nothing for hours until a voice whispered, "I know you're listening. I've been waiting for someone who can see me." The voice was feminine but wrong, somehow like someone approximating human speech without fully understanding how it should sound. I dropped the recorder, my hands trembling. Against all better judgment, I decided to enter her apartment. It wasn't hard to find a moment when the superintendent was distracted. I borrowed his master key, promising to return it within minutes after retrieving something I'd forgotten in the laundry room. The key turned smoothly in the lock of 4C. The door swung open to reveal nothing, absolutely nothing. The apartment was completely empty, no furniture, no decorations, not even dust. The walls were pristine white, the floors unmarked, as though no one had ever set foot inside. The air felt stale and undisturbed. Except for one thing, the window. Unlike the rest of the apartment, the window was filthy. Handprints, dozens of them, overlapping, covered the glass from the inside. I approached slowly, my heart pounding in my ears. The prints were small, like a child's, but pressed with such force that some had cracked the glass in spiderweb patterns. A noise behind me, the door I'd left ajar had closed. I spun around, then back to the window. And there she was, standing outside, looking in at me, though we were 4 stories up with no balcony. Our positions had reversed. I was now the one trapped behind the glass. Her face pressed against the window, distorting her features. Her mouth opened wider than any human mouth should. No sound came out, but I understood. She wanted to trade places. I ran to the door and yanked it open, stumbling into the hallway. The door slammed shut behind me. I returned the key and locked myself in my apartment, pulling down all the blinds, turning on every light. Sleep eventually claimed me, exhaustion overpowering fear. I awoke to a knock at my door. Through the peephole, I saw the superintendent. "Sorry to disturb you," he said when I opened the door, "but there's been a complaint." The woman in 4C says you've been watching her, taking pictures. She's quite distressed. My mouth went dry. You told me no one lives there. He frowned. She's been there longer than any of us. Are you feeling all right? I closed the door without answering. My phone chimed with a notification, a new message from an unknown number consisting of just 7 words. Now I can see you all day. My bathroom mirror revealed the truth. My reflection blinked when I didn't, smiled when I frowned. I pressed my hand against the glass and my reflection placed its hand against mine. But while I pulled back, it remained there, a handprint on my side of the mirror. I've sealed off all reflective surfaces in my apartment. I avoid windows. I sleep with the lights on, but something is changing. My coworkers ask if I'm feeling well. A friend commented that I seemed different somehow. I caught a glimpse of myself in a store window yesterday. I was standing unnaturally still, watching the people pass by. Sometimes now I feel myself freezing in place, my gaze fixed on nothing. The urge to stand by my window grows stronger each day. I fight it, but I know what's happening. She's not gone. She's here inside me, watching through my eyes, waiting for someone new to notice her. I leave this record as a warning. If you see someone who never blinks, never moves, simply watching, walk away. Don't wave, don't take pictures, don't acknowledge them at all. Because now I understand, she wasn't trapped behind the glass. The glass was protecting everyone else from her. Story 6. I had driven this road 100 times, a stretch of open fields leading toward the hills, but today the fields were gone. In their place stood a dense forest, towering trees, tangled vines stretching for miles in every direction. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I slowed, my headlights barely cutting through the thick mist curling between the trunks. The air smelled of wet bark and something else, something sharp. And then just beyond the first row of trees, I saw it, a figure standing perfectly still. My first instinct was to keep driving, pretend I hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary, yet something made me stop the car entirely, engine idling as I stared ahead. The figure didn't move. It remained motionless, a silhouette darker than the shadows surrounding it. I rolled down my window, half expecting to hear someone call for help. Instead, I heard nothing but the rustling of leaves. No birds, no insects, just the wind moving through a forest that had no right to exist. I reached for my phone to document this impossibility, to prove to myself later that I wasn't losing my mind. The camera app opened, but when I pointed it toward the tree line, the screen displayed only static. I tried again. More static, accompanied by a high-pitched whine that seemed to emanate not from my phone, but from somewhere deep within the forest itself. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding flat and absorbed by the mist. The figure remained still. Against every instinct screaming at me to leave, I turned off the engine, pocketed my keys, and stepped out of the car. The ground beneath my feet felt wrong, soft and yielding where asphalt should have been. The air pressed against my skin, heavy with moisture and something else that made my nose wrinkle. It reminded me of copper pennies held too long in a sweaty palm. I took several steps forward, my shoes sinking slightly into what should have been solid road. The figure remained at the exact same distance, despite my approach. This optical illusion made my stomach tighten. I stopped and pulled out my phone again, this time to record audio. "Day 1, I whispered, feeling foolish yet compelled to document. The forest appeared overnight. There's someone or something standing among the trees." When I played back the recording, my voice was there, but underneath it ran another sound, a low, continuous hum that modulated in pitch. almost like speech slowed down beyond recognition. I continued forward, drawn by a curiosity that overpowered my fear. The mist swirled around my ankles, curling upward as if it were alive and aware of my presence. The smell grew stronger, metallic and organic at once. My fingers brushed against the bark of the nearest tree, and I pulled back with a gasp. It was warm, pulsing, like touching skin stretched over a beating heart. The figure shifted slightly, and I froze. It raised one arm, pointing deeper into the woods. Then it retreated, moving backward without seeming to take steps, fading behind the trunk of a massive oak. "Wait," I called, moving faster now, pushing aside low-hanging branches that seemed to reach for me as I passed. The undergrowth grabbed at my ankles, vines curling around my shoes before I could pull away. Each step became harder than the last, as if the forest itself resisted my intrusion. I found myself in a small clearing where the mist hung suspended, unmoving. At the center stood a tree unlike the others. Its bark was black and glistening, its branches twisted at impossible angles. Carved into its trunk was a symbol I'd never seen before, yet it struck me as horrifyingly familiar, like a word on the tip of my tongue. My fingers traced the symbol without conscious thought. The bark felt slick, almost wet, though it left no residue on my skin. A vibration ran through my arm up to my shoulder and settled somewhere behind my eyes. The forest around me seemed to pulse once, like a giant heartbeat. I stepped back, suddenly aware that the clearing had fallen completely silent. No wind, no rustling leaves, just my own breathing, which sounded thunderous in the stillness. That's when I noticed the reflections in the puddles scattered across the clearing, reflections that didn't match the sky above. Instead of clouds, I saw what appeared to be windows, rooms, corridors stretching into darkness. In one puddle, I caught a glimpse of what might have been my own bedroom, viewed from an impossible angle, as if something was watching from inside my mirror. I took out my phone again, hands shaking now, and tried to photograph the puddles. The screen showed only my own face, distorted, eyes too dark and mouth stretched too wide. I deleted the image immediately, but when I checked my gallery later, it would still be there, no matter how many times I removed it. The figure appeared again at the edge of the clearing, still maintaining that perfect, unnatural stillness. I noticed now that its proportions were slightly wrong: arms too long, neck too thin. It made no sound as it moved closer, and I realized with creeping horror that its feet didn't quite touch the ground. "What are you?" I asked, my voice cracking. "What is this place?" The figure tilted its head at an angle that made my vision swim. When it spoke, the sound came not from where its mouth should be, but from all around me, from the trees themselves. "You brought us here," it said, its voice like dry leaves scraping against stone. "You made this possible." "I don't understand," I whispered, backing away, only to feel the rough bark of a tree press against my spine. I hadn't realized I'd moved toward the edge of the clearing. "The barrier weakens with doubt," the figure continued. "Your mind reached through. We followed the path you created." My head throbbed with each word, memories surfacing that couldn't possibly be mine, standing among ancient trees under a sky with too many stars, watching figures move between worlds through tears in reality. "I need to leave," I said, more to myself than to the figure. I turned, intending to retrace my steps back to my car, but the forest had changed. Trees stood where there had been paths, their trunks twisted together like fingers interlocking. Nothing looked familiar. The figure was suddenly beside me, its presence raising goosebumps along my arms. You can't leave what you've invited in, it said. The forest grows both ways now, outward here, inward there. I ran, branches whipped at my face, roots rose to trip me, vines reached for my ankles. Behind me I heard not footsteps but a rushing sound, like wind through a narrow space. The figure wasn't chasing me, it was everywhere, watching from between trees, reflected in puddles I splashed through, visible for split seconds when I glanced over my shoulder. When I finally burst from the tree line, my car sat where I'd left it, but something was wrong. The metal looked dull, pitted in places as if acid had eaten into it. The windows were fogged from the inside, condensation running down in rivulets that formed patterns similar to the symbol on the black tree. I yanked the door open and fell into the driver's seat, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered, then caught. The radio came to life without my touching it, playing static that modulated in that same speech-like pattern I'd heard in my recording. As I pulled away, tires spinning on what was once again asphalt, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The forest remained, but at its edge stood not one figure but many, all perfectly still, all watching as I fled. Days passed, I told no one what I'd seen. Who would believe me? I searched news reports, local history, anything that might explain the sudden appearance of an entire forest. I found nothing. But things changed, subtle at first, then increasingly difficult to ignore. The houseplants in my apartment grew too quickly, stretching toward me when I passed. The mirror in my bathroom fogged even without hot water running, and sometimes showed reflections of places I'd never been. At night, I heard rustling from inside my walls, like leaves stirring in a breeze. I began to find dirt in my bed, though I couldn't remember walking through any garden. Bark-like patterns appeared on my skin after showering, fading slowly throughout the day. The metallic smell followed me everywhere. One morning I woke to find a seedling growing from my palm-tiny, perfect leaves unfurling from skin that had split painlessly during the night. I didn't scream, I didn't panic. Some part of me had been expecting this, had known it was coming from the moment I'd touched that black tree. I went to work as usual, hiding my hand with a glove despite the warm weather. My colleagues noticed nothing strange, not even when vines began to creep from my collar, curling gently around my neck like a lover's caress. They spoke to me normally, their eyes sliding past the moss now growing along my jawline. That evening I drove back to where the forest had appeared. I needed to understand what was happening to me. The road stretched empty in normal fields on either side, hills in the distance. No forest, no mist, no figures. But as I stepped out of my car, I felt it, the forest existed just out of sight, pressed against the edge of reality like a face against glass. The wind carried whispers almost too faint to hear. The barrier weakens with acceptance, the whispers said. The forest grows both ways. I looked down at my hands, roots extended from my fingertips, curling in the air, seeking soil. My skin had taken on the texture of bark, rough and ridged. When I breathed, my lungs filled not with air, but with the green scent of growing things. I understood then, the forest hadn't appeared on the road that day. The road had appeared in the forest, a temporary intrusion into something ancient and patient. And now the forest was reclaiming what had always belonged to it, including me. I walked into the field and knelt, pressing my transformed hands into the soil. The earth welcomed me, roots extending downward, anchoring me in place. My consciousness expanded outward, connecting with other rooted things, other minds that existed in a network vast beyond human comprehension. Through this network, I sensed others like me, people who had encountered the forest when reality thinned, who had been changed, who had become bridges between worlds. Some fought the transformation, others, like me, surrendered to it. I stand here still, my body now more wood than flesh, more root than bone. Travelers sometimes pass on the road nearby. Most see only fields stretching toward distant hills. But some those with minds that can reach through barriers, they see me. They see the forest that grows both ways. And sometimes when the conditions are just right, when doubt or wonder or fear creates the perfect opening between worlds, I raise one branch-like arm and point deeper into the woods. After all, the forest grows both ways now. And it still needs to feed. Story 7, I rented the house fully furnished. The landlord gave me the tour, listing the room's kitchen, bedroom, office, but he never mentioned the last door at the end of the hall. It was locked, the handle cool under my touch, as if no one had turned it in years. That night I lay in bed, listening to the usual creaks of an old house settling. Then a soft click, my breath caught in my throat. I knew that sound, the sound of a door unlocking itself. Morning arrived with warm sunlight filtering through thin curtains, making me question what I had heard in the darkness. The memory of that click lingered like the aftertaste of a bitter dream. As I made coffee, the routine motions of my hands felt mechanical, while my mind kept returning to that locked door. After breakfast, I walked down the hallway, my footsteps muffled against the worn carpet. The door stood just as before, closed, unassuming, yet somehow more present than yesterday. I reached for the handle, hesitating for a heartbeat before wrapping my fingers around the cold metal. It turned smoothly under my grip. The door opened into darkness. A thick, stale scent rushed out, not musty like abandoned spaces, but something sharper, almost antiseptic. I fumbled along the wall for a light switch and found none. Taking out my phone, I activated its flashlight, causing shadows to leap across unfamiliar walls. The room was empty except for a single wooden chair facing the far wall. No windows, no other furniture. Just bare walls painted a color I couldn't quite name, not white, not gray, but something in between that seemed to absorb my light rather than reflect it. "Hello," I called out, my voice flat against the walls. No echo returned. I stepped inside and the floorboards didn't creak. They felt solid, newer than the rest of the house. My flashlight beam caught something on the wall opposite the door, a small rectangular mark slightly darker than the surrounding paint. I moved closer, running my fingertips across the surface. It felt cool, almost damp, though dry to the touch. That night I dreamed of sitting in that chair, watching the rectangle on the wall. In my dream, it pulsed like something breathing. The next morning I found my notebook open on the kitchen table, a page filled with my handwriting, except I had no memory of writing anything. The words were orderly, precise. The room reaches out when no one is looking. The room has been waiting. The room knows you're alone. I closed the notebook, my hands trembling slightly. The coffee I made tasted wrong, though I couldn't explain how. That day I bought a camera, nothing fancy, just something that could record video. I set it up in the hallway, aimed at the door, and let it run while I went to work. When I returned, the battery was dead, though it should have lasted much longer. I plugged it in, my anticipation building as I waited to review the footage. The video showed nothing unusual, just an empty hallway with a closed door. But as I watched, I noticed something strange. The shadows in the hall shifted incorrectly, moving against the natural light patterns from the windows. and there, at the edge of the frame, a dark smudge appeared for just a single frame before disappearing. That night I heard whispering, not from the room but from my own bedroom walls, soft, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to fade whenever I focused on them. I pressed my ear against the cool plaster, straining to understand. The whispers stopped, replaced by a subtle vibration beneath my palm. I pulled my hand back as if burned. The next day, I tried to speak with my landlord. "About that room at the end of the hall," I began. "What room?" he asked, his expression neutral. "The locked one, I just wanted to know." "There's no locked room," he interrupted. "4 bedrooms, kitchen, 2 bathrooms, that's all. Perhaps you're thinking of the storage closet." But I knew what I had seen, what I had entered, what had entered me. My sleep became fragmented, pierced by moments of wakefulness in which I found myself staring at my bedroom ceiling, watching shapes form and dissolve in the darkness. Sometimes I thought I heard the chair in that room being dragged across the floor. I began documenting everything. I took photographs of the door, the room, the chair. I recorded audio of the silence inside, which when played back contained a low-frequency hum my ears hadn't detected. I made detailed sketches of the rectangle on the wall, which seemed to grow more defined each time I visited. The rectangle was becoming a frame. The frame was becoming a mirror. The mirror showed nothing yet. One morning I found tiny handprints on my bathroom mirror, too small for any adult, visible only in the steam from my shower. They faded as the mirror cleared, like they had never existed. My camera captured strange light anomalies in the hallway, small orbs that drifted toward the door at the end. When I reviewed the footage frame by frame, the orbs resembled faces caught in expressions of silent screaming. I stopped inviting friends over. The few who visited complained of headaches, of feeling watched. One friend abruptly left after staring down the hallway for several minutes, refusing to explain why. The chair in the room moved on its own. Each time I entered, it had shifted position, slightly, still facing the wall, but at different angles. Once I found it in the center of the room, facing the door, as if waiting for my arrival. I sat in it. The wood felt warm against my back, not cool as I expected. As I stared at the rectangular mark on the wall, it darkened before my eyes, its edges sharpening until it resembled a doorway within the wall of a doorless room. My reflection appeared in it, but wrong. My eyes were wide open in the reflection, though I could feel my real eyes narrowed. My reflection smiled as I frowned. I reached out to touch the wall, and my reflection reached back. Our fingertips should have met at the surface, but instead, my reflection's hand seemed to extend beyond the wall, reaching toward me across impossible space. I jerked away, stumbling backward. The chair tipped over with a bang that sounded far too loud in the small room. I fled, slamming the door behind me. That night, my phone rang at precisely midnight. The screen showed no caller ID. "Hello," I whispered. A voice that was almost mine answered. "We've been waiting for someone like you." "Who is this?" I demanded, but the line went dead. In the morning, my notebook contained new writing. "The room is not a room. The door is not the only way in. Your reflection has been watching you your entire life." I tore out the page, crumpled it, and threw it away. Later, I found it smoothed out on my pillow. I decided to seal the room. I bought heavy-duty locks, chains, even considered nailing the door shut. But when I returned to the house, the door stood open. The chair was gone. The room appeared smaller somehow, its dimensions subtly wrong. The rectangular mark had become a perfect black mirror in which I cast no reflection at all. Something moved in that darkness. Something waited. I backed away but felt resistance behind me, warm breath on my neck, the pressure of hands on my shoulders. I spun around to face empty air, but the sensation remained. That night, every mirror in the house showed the same scene, the empty room with its black rectangle on the wall. And in each mirror, a figure stood with its back to me, a figure with my stance, my build, my clothes. I covered every reflective surface with sheets, towels, anything I could find. But even in the darkened screen of my turned-off television, I saw that room waiting. Sleep became impossible. I would drift off only to jerk awake, certain someone had whispered my name directly into my ear. The sheets on the other side of my bed were warm, as if recently occupied. I began to see my reflection when there were no mirrors in windows, in the polished metal of my refrigerator, in puddles after rain. But it always moved just slightly out of sync with me, with a delay that grew longer each day. One morning I woke to find myself sitting in my kitchen, hands folded neatly before me, except I had no memory of leaving my bed, no memory of the hours between nightfall and dawn. My fingers were stained with ink, but I found no evidence of writing. The door at the end of the hall remained open, the room beyond dark regardless of the time of day. Sometimes I heard humming coming from inside, a tune almost familiar, yet distorted. I made one final attempt to document the phenomenon. I set up my camera on a tripod and recorded myself entering the room. The footage showed me standing in the doorway, speaking words I couldn't remember saying. I understand now, it was never locked to keep me out. On screen, I walked forward until I stood before the black rectangle on the wall. I reached out, and my hand passed through the surface as if dipping into dark water. I stepped forward and the recording ended. I have no memory of this. The last thing I recall is setting up the camera. Now I sit at my kitchen table, writing this account with steady hands. The house feels different today, quieter, complete. The landlord will be surprised when he finds the house empty. He might wonder about the new tenant who disappeared without a trace. He might show new renters around, listing the room's kitchen, bedroom, office. But he won't mention the last door at the end of the hall, the one that's always locked, the handle cool to the touch. And tonight, someone new might lie awake, listening to the sounds of an old house settling, waiting for the soft click of a door unlocking itself. Story 8, the old stone well had been in my backyard for decades, sealed shut by a heavy wooden cover. I had never thought much about it. But last night, as I sat outside, I heard something soft, muffled, drifting up from the depths, a voice. It wasn't a scream or a plea. It was whispering, low and rhythmic, like a lullaby hummed through stone. The scent of wet earth filled my lungs as I stepped closer. The whispering stopped, and then something knocked from inside. I froze in place, my breath caught in my throat. The knock came again, not frantic, but deliberate. Tap, 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 3 times in succession, like a visitor announcing their presence. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Settling stones, a trapped animal, water dripping against rock. But the rhythm was too perfect, too intentional. I backed away, returning to my house. Sleep evaded me that night. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of wind against the windows made me think of that low, melodic whisper from beneath the earth. When morning came, I convinced myself it had been my imagination, a trick of the wind, or my mind drifting between wakefulness and dreams. Yet I found myself drawn to the well again. The wooden cover seemed heavier than it should be as I circled it, running my fingers across the weathered surface. Moss had grown along its edges, and intricate patterns not quite natural, not quite man-made, decorated its rim. Had those markings always been there? I crouched down, tracing them with my fingertip. The stone felt unusually warm beneath my touch, almost like skin. Just old stonework, I muttered to myself, standing up again. Nothing more. That was when I noticed a small journal half buried in the soil near the well. Its leather cover was cracked and stained, its pages yellowed with age. I brushed away the dirt and opened it. Most entries were mundane descriptions of gardening, weather changes, household tasks, until I reached the final pages. It speaks to me from the well. At first I thought it was the wind, but wind doesn't form words. Wind doesn't know my name. Wind doesn't promise things that make my heart ache with want. The handwriting became increasingly erratic with each line, the ink smudged in places as if dampened by tears or something else. The final entry simply read, "I'm going to look." I nearly dropped the journal. The handwriting wasn't familiar, yet somehow I recognized it like déjà vu, like a memory belonging to someone else had been planted in my mind. I returned to the house and placed the journal on my kitchen table, determined to forget about it. But that night the whispering returned louder now, more insistent. I pulled my pillow over my head, trying to block out the sound, but it seemed to come from inside my own mind rather than from the backyard. Words formed in the spaces between my thoughts. Look inside, just once. I've been waiting for so long. Sleep finally claimed me near dawn, but my dreams were filled with visions of descending into darkness, of walls slick with moss and moisture, of something waiting at the bottom that both terrified and fascinated me. I woke with mud on my feet. Panic gripped me as I looked down at the dried soil between my toes, crumbling onto my sheets. I had no memory of going outside, no memory of approaching the well. Had I sleepwalked, had I tried to remove the cover, the thought made me feel sick. I decided to document what was happening. Perhaps seeing it written down would help me make sense of it, would help me see the rational explanation that must exist. I began taking notes, recording the whispers when they came, describing the strange warmth of the well's stone rim, the mud on my feet, the foreign memories that didn't belong to me. The more I wrote, the more I noticed changes around me. My reflection in mirrors seemed slightly delayed, moving a fraction of a second after I did. The water from my kitchen tap came out cloudy before clearing, carrying a mineral scent that reminded me of the well. When I recorded myself sleeping, the playback contained murmurings in my voice, responses to questions I couldn't hear. My investigation became an obsession. I took photographs of the well, only to find them blurred or distorted when developed. In one, I could make out what looked like fingers gripping the edge of the wooden cover from below. In another, my own silhouette stood by the well, though I had used a timer and knew I'd been in frame when the shutter clicked. Friends stopped visiting. They said I seemed different, distracted. They commented on the smell in my house, earthy and damp, like soil after rain. I barely noticed their absence. My world had narrowed to the whispers, the well, and the growing certainty that I needed to look inside. One evening, as sunset painted the sky in shades of fire, I brought a crowbar to the well. The wooden cover had become more difficult to budge, as if something was holding it in place from beneath. I worked the metal edge under the rim and pushed down with all my weight. The wood cracked with a sound like breaking bones. The cover split and fell inward, tumbling down the well shaft. I expected to hear it splash into water below, but instead came a soft thud, as if it had landed on something solid, something that wasn't water. The smell that rose from the opening struck me physically, not the rot I had feared, but something sweet and clean, like freshly turned soil mixed with wildflowers. I knelt at the edge, peering down into darkness so complete it seemed solid. The whispers swirled around me, no longer coming from the well but from the air itself, from inside my head, from everywhere and nowhere. Come down, see me, know me. I retrieved a flashlight from the house, its beam weak against the consuming darkness below. The well shaft was lined with the same strange markings I'd noticed on the rim, spiraling downward like a written invitation. The walls glistened with moisture that moved against gravity, droplets sliding upward instead of down. Something glinted in the depths, not water, but something reflective, something watching. I lowered a rope into the well, tying one end to a nearby tree. The rational part of my mind screamed in protest, but it was distant now, a voice from another room, another life. The whispers had become a song, and I knew all the words despite never having heard them before. The descent was easier than it should have been. The rope held my weight, but I barely needed it. The walls of the well seemed to guide me down, handholds appearing just where I needed them. The air grew warmer as I descended, wrapping around me like an embrace. My flashlight beam caught movement below, a shifting of shadows, a suggestion of form, not threatening but welcoming, waiting. The bottom of the well was closer than I expected, the laws of space seeming to bend within its confines. When my feet touched the ground, I found not water, but a floor of smooth stone, dry and warm. My flashlight flickered and died, but I could still see the darkness here was different, less an absence of light than a presence of something else. The walls around me were covered in those same markings, glowing faintly with a bioluminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat. And there in the center stood a mirror. Not a mirror of glass and silver, but one made of still, black liquid suspended vertically against all natural law. Within its surface I saw my reflection, but wrong, subtly changed. My eyes too wide, my smile too knowing. My reflection raised its hand in greeting, though my own remained at my side. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice strange in the close confines of the well bottom. My reflection's mouth moved with mine, but the words it formed were different. "I am you, I have always been you. We have been separated by the thinnest of barriers, and now you've come to make us whole again." The surface of the liquid mirror rippled, a hand my hand, yet not extended outward, reaching for me. The whispers crescendoed around us, urging, pleading, promising. I understood then what the journal writer had discovered, what countless others before had learned in this very spot. The well wasn't just a well, it was a door, a meeting place, a seam in reality where something else pressed against our world, wanting entry. Wanting me. I should have run, I should have climbed back up and sealed the opening, buried the well, fled from this place and never returned. But the hand reaching from the mirror held all the answers I had sought, all the completion I had never known I needed. I reached back. Our fingers touched, the liquid mirror shattered, not breaking but dissolving, flowing over and around me like a second skin. For one perfect moment I was both observer and observed, both vessel and content. I saw through two sets of eyes, one pair looking at my human form, one looking out from within it. Then came pain not sharp but vast, the pain of being unmade and remade in the same breath. The walls of the well seemed to contract around me, pressing me into a new shape. I screamed, but no sound emerged. Instead, the whispers spoke with my voice, using my tongue, my lungs. When the pain subsided, I found myself staring up at the circle of evening sky far above. I was still at the bottom of the well, still physically unchanged, but something else was with me now, inside me. I could feel it settling into the spaces between my thoughts, folding itself into the creases of my mind, not conquering but merging, not possessing but becoming. The climb back up was effortless. My body moved with new grace, new purpose. The rope was unnecessary. My fingers found perfect purchase on the well walls, the strange markings guiding me home. I emerged into my backyard as the first stars appeared overhead. Everything looked sharper, more vivid, colors deeper, scents richer, sounds clearer. I felt complete in a way I never had before, as if I'd spent my entire life with a limb missing without realizing it. I replaced what remained of the wooden cover over the well. There was no need for it anymore, no need for barriers or separation. What had been below was now within, and the door had served its purpose. I returned to my life, to outside observers. Nothing had changed. I went to work, spoke with friends, maintained my home. But beneath the surface of everyday actions, I was transformed. I began to notice others who had changed as well, people with the same knowing look in their eyes, the same subtle wrongness to their movements. We recognized each other without words, a silent community growing day by day. Sometimes at night I stand in my backyard and look at the sealed well. The whispers are gone now, or rather, they've changed location. They live inside me, a constant companion and guide. And sometimes, when I pass a mirror or a still pool of water, my reflection smiles at me a fraction of a second before I do. I've started leaving my own journal near the well. Someone will find it someday, someone drawn to the whispers as I was. The circle will continue, the merging will spread. There are so many wells in the world, so many doors, so many seams where reality wears thin. And so many voices waiting to be heard. Story 9, I was flipping through an old photo album, smiling at faded pictures of birthdays and vacations long past. But as I turned the pages, my breath caught. In each picture in the background, there was a man I didn't recognize. He was never the focus, just a blurred figure at the edge of the frame, standing near my family, watching. The paper smelled of age, the ink slightly smudged, but the images were clear. I turned to the last page, my stomach twisting. It was a recent photo, one taken last year, and there he was again, closer this time. My fingers trembled as I traced the outline of his face, still indistinct but undeniably the same person across decades of photographs. The same posture, the same dark clothing, the same attentive tilt of the head toward my family, toward me. I closed the album and placed it on the coffee table, but found myself unable to look away from its worn leather cover. The quiet of my apartment suddenly felt oppressive, the familiar sounds of the building pipes knocking, neighbors moving about taking on a vigilant quality. Against my better judgment, I retrieved a magnifying glass from my desk drawer. The rational part of my mind insisted this was nothing a coincidence, a trick of light and shadow, perhaps even a distant relative I'd forgotten. But as I reopened the album and examined each photo more carefully, the chill spreading across my skin told me otherwise. In the earliest photo, taken during my 5th birthday, he stood near the fence, partially obscured by hanging decorations. In my middle school graduation, he lingered by the auditorium doors, At my parents' anniversary celebration, he stood among the guests, no one acknowledging his presence, no one except the camera. With each successive photo, he had moved incrementally closer to the center of the frame, closer to my family, closer to me. The air in my apartment grew heavy with an unfamiliar scent, something faintly metallic mingled with what reminded me of wet soil. I glanced at my windows, all securely locked, yet somehow the smell had permeated the room. I decided to call my mother. She had organized most of these albums. Certainly she would know who this person was. "What man?" she asked after I described him. "I don't remember anyone like that at your 5th birthday." "He's in all the photos, Mom, every single one, standing in the background watching us." A pause stretched between us. "Send me pictures of what you're seeing," she finally said, her voice carrying an edge of concern. I took photos of the album pages with my phone and sent them to her. While waiting for her response, I noticed something I hadn't before: a small notebook tucked in the back pocket of the album. I pulled it out, recognizing my father's handwriting immediately. The first entry was dated shortly after my 5th birthday. "Noticed a strange figure in birthday photos. Nobody remembers him being there. Will investigate." Subsequent entries documented my father's growing obsession with the stranger. He'd gone through all our family photos, noting the man's presence in pictures dating back even before my birth. The final entry, written in increasingly frantic handwriting: "He keeps getting closer. No one else sees him but me. When I look in mirrors now, I feel someone watching behind my reflection." The notebook fell from my hands as my phone buzzed with my mother's reply. "What man? There's no one in the background of these photos. Are you feeling okay?" I snatched up the album again and stared at the pictures. The stranger was clearly there, impossible to miss now that I'd seen him. How could she not see him? That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the building became footsteps. Every shadow held depth. I set up my laptop to record myself while I slept, a desperate attempt to prove to myself I was still rational. The morning revealed nothing on the recording, just me tossing restlessly. But when I reviewed it a second time, I noticed something odd about the shadows on my bedroom wall. They shifted independently of any light source, stretching and contracting in a rhythm that mimicked breathing. I began documenting everything. I took photos of my apartment daily, examining them for any sign of intrusion or change. I recorded ambient sounds, listening through headphones for anything unusual. I kept a journal of my observations, trying to maintain scientific detachment. On the 3rd day, I found it a photo of my living room showed a partial reflection in the television screen. A dark figure standing behind my couch, where I had been sitting when I took the photo. That same day, I noticed the temperature in my apartment had become uneven. Certain spots, particularly near windows and mirrors, felt noticeably colder. When I placed my hand against the bathroom mirror, the glass vibrated subtly beneath my fingertips. In my dreams, I began to hear whispers, not words exactly, but sounds with the cadence of speech, as if someone were trying to communicate through static. I discovered my father had died exactly 1 year after his last journal entry. Heart attack, my mother had always said. I had never questioned it. The following morning, I found a new photo had appeared in the album, one I had never seen before. It showed my father in his study, hunched over papers spread across his desk. The image was grainy, taken from behind, as if someone had been watching him. The stranger stood in the doorway. That night the whispers grew louder, filtering through my laptop speakers, my phone, the vents in my apartment. I pressed my ear against the wall and heard what sounded like fingernails scratching gently from the other side. I decided to fight back. I gathered every photo I could find containing the stranger and laid them out across my kitchen table. I took new photographs of the spread, wondering if capturing images of the stranger would reveal anything. The developed pictures showed something unexpected. The stranger's face had become clearer, more defined, and he was looking directly at the camera now, directly at me. His eyes were not human eyes. My research became frantic. I discovered my father had been investigating a phenomenon he called photographic intrusion entities that could only be perceived through recorded media. Beings that existed adjacent to our reality, watching us through windows we ourselves created, cameras, screens, mirrors. The more attention you paid them, the more they could perceive you in return. My father's theory was that these entities fed on awareness. By noticing them, you invited them in. By documenting them, you gave them strength. I realized too late that I had been following exactly in my father's footsteps. That night, my apartment filled with the smell of wet soil and metal. The walls thrummed with energy when I touched them. The shadows moved independently of objects, and when I glanced at my phone screen, I saw not my own reflection, but the stranger's face, now fully formed, watching me with those inhuman eyes. He smiled. I destroyed everything, every photo, every recording, every journal entry. I smashed my laptop, my phone, my camera. I covered every reflective surface in my apartment. I burned the photo album and my father's notebook in the kitchen sink. The silence that followed was profound. The apartment felt empty for the first time in days. The smell dissipated. The cold spots warmed. I allowed myself to breathe. Then my doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw nothing but an empty hallway. No packages, no neighbors. Just as I was about to turn away, a dark figure stepped directly into view. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. The doorbell rang again and again, a steady, insistent rhythm. Moving to the kitchen, I grabbed my phone before remembering I had destroyed it. The ringing stopped. In the sudden silence, I heard something new, the mechanical whir of a camera shutter. Click, click, click. I felt a presence behind me, a shift in the air currents of the room. Something cold brushed against the back of my neck. I turned slowly. The stranger stood before me, no longer confined to photographs. His features were distinct, now familiar in a way I couldn't place. His smile widened as recognition dawned on me. He had my father's eyes. But not just his eyes. I could see traces of my own features in his face, distorted and wrong, like looking into a funhouse mirror. As if whatever this entity was had been collecting pieces of my family for generations. He raised what should have been a hand. In it was a camera, old analog, the kind my father used to use. He lifted it to where eyes should be and pointed it at me. The flash was blinding. When my vision cleared, he was gone, but something had changed. My perception felt altered, as if I was seeing the world through a different lens. Sounds seemed to echo slightly. Colors held unfamiliar undertones. I catch glimpses of him now in reflective surfaces, just for moments a shape at the edge of my shower curtain, a figure behind me in store windows. My doctor says I'm experiencing stress-induced hallucinations. My mother suggests grief over my father resurfacing after all these years. Neither explanation accounts for the photos that keep appearing on my phone, pictures I never took of places I've never been, or the way people sometimes look through me during conversations, their focus shifting to a point just beyond my shoulder. Yesterday, a colleague asked me about my friend who had been standing behind me during our meeting. When I turned around, no one was there. I've started avoiding cameras. I decline to be in photos. I stay away from mirrors, but I know avoidance is temporary. Whatever bridge I opened by noticing him, it cannot be closed again. Sometimes I wonder if my father found a way to warn me, to protect me by becoming part of the entity himself. Other times I fear he simply became its first victim in our family. I've begun to notice something else, something worse than the stranger's appearances. In recent photos friends have taken photos I couldn't avoid being in. I see myself standing normally among the group, but I also see myself slightly blurred at the edges of the frame. Watching. Story 10. In a forgotten nook of an abandoned library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript with aged, yellowed pages adorned with enigmatic footnotes. Each tiny note, penned in an unfamiliar hand, hinted at a hidden tale waiting to be unveiled. The musty scent of ancient parchment and ink hung in the air, shrouded in an aura of intrigue that beckoned me to unravel the veiled lore nestled within. The soft crackle of the leather binding accompanied my careful leafing through the delicate pages, my touch brushing against layers of accumulated dust from centuries past. The main text presented a facade of scholarly discourse on medieval folklore, yet it was the marginal annotations that whispered a different narrative. Initially, the footnotes appeared innocuous, filled with academic citations and concise explanations. However, as I delved further into the manuscript, a subtle shift occurred. The handwriting in the margins grew urgent, the ink bleeding deeper into the weathered paper. References to obscure texts gave way to personal reflections, then transformed into what seemed like intimate diary entries. The anonymous annotator spoke of eerie sounds reverberating through empty corridors, of shadows dancing against the light, of murmurs echoing in the absence of company. Hours slipped away as I immersed myself in that serene corner of the library, encircled by towering shelves that appeared to lean in, as if eavesdropping on my every breath. The gentle glow of the desk lamp bathed the pages in a golden hue, casting shadows that lingered between the bookcases like pools of darkness. As twilight descended, the elongating shadows crept across the floor like a slow-moving tide of obsidian. One footnote in particular seized my attention. It referenced a sequence of numbers resembling dates, yet adhering to no calendar familiar to me. Beneath these enigmatic figures, in slightly trembling script, were inscribed the words, "The patterns emerge only in darkness. They speak of what lies between moments in the spaces where time folds upon itself." Intrigued by these cryptic musings, I began to discern peculiar occurrences in my own existence. Books materialized on my desk without my intervention. The library rearranged its layout in my absence, crafting new pathways that unfailingly led me back to the manuscript. The rustle of turning pages whispered through the air, even when the book remained closed before me. The footnotes evolved, growing increasingly intimate, as though the annotator was aware of addressing a future reader, perhaps me. They alluded to a dawning realization, a gradual comprehension that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations served as a conduit, bridging not only pages but eons, hinting at a timelessness that blurred the boundaries of past and present. Time lost its grip as I delved deeper into the enigmatic scribbles adorning the margins. The gentle tick-tock of the library clock seemed to slow, then halt altogether, while the quality of light remained unchanging, as if the sun had paused in its celestial voyage. Enveloped in a tranquil twilight that never fully surrendered to darkness, I navigated a labyrinth of interconnected references, each thread weaving into a tapestry of profound significance. The footnotes narrated tales of ancient civilizations mastering the art of temporal manipulation, of scholars deciphering the voids between words, of libraries existing simultaneously across the annals of history. As I approached the final pages, the annotations transmuted into a reflective, almost serene tone. The frenetic energy of earlier notes mellowed into a sense of acceptance and peace. The last annotation bore a simple message. To grasp time, one must first step beyond its confines. You, the reader of these words, have embarked on that journey. When I lifted my gaze from the manuscript, a subtle shift in the silence enveloping me caught my attention. It seemed deeper, resonant, pregnant with untold narratives. The shadows between the shelves ceased to be vacant spaces, instead enlivened by a gentle stir, akin to curtains swaying in an unseen breeze. I now frequent the library daily, though the boundaries between my arrival and departure blur into obscurity. The manuscript rests where I first encountered it, its contents fluid and mutable with each perusal. At times, phantom readers flicker at the edge of my vision, scholars from diverse eras, drawn to the same enigmatic footnotes. We exist in a shared silence, intertwined yet never exchanging words, our presence echoing softly in the recesses of the mind. The true essence of the manuscript eludes comprehension, yet I've come to realize that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered. Amidst the quietude of the library's embrace, amidst the whispering echoes of ancient pages, I've unearthed a form of knowledge that resides in the interstices between certainty and curiosity. I persist in my readings, guided by the footnotes through their labyrinth of significance. Perhaps one day you too will chance upon this manuscript. When that moment arrives, recall that the most profound mysteries transform us not through revelation, but through the delicate allure of pondering. Story 11. During a serene stroll through a tranquil meadow at daybreak, I halted to behold the glistening dew adorning the grass. To my amazement, the droplets had formed themselves into minuscule, meticulous letters, a script penned by the hand of nature. The crisp fragrance of moist earth and wildflowers enveloped the air, and a peculiar feeling washed over me, as if this fleeting message was crafted solely for my eyes. The early mist lingered low, enfolding all in a tender, pearly-gray embrace. As I knelt closer to inspect the dewdrops, my breath stirred subtle ripples in the laden air. The letters appeared to twinkle and sway, their shapes just beyond the grasp of comprehension. Each curve and stroke was fragile, akin to the finest calligraphy etched in liquid crystal. I felt drawn back to that meadow each morning, compelled by an unseen force. Daily, new messages emerged, their significance always elusive. The dew script shifted with the sun's warm rays, evolving from distinct, precise formations into abstract designs that dissolved into the verdant carpet. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of words in unfamiliar tongues, their forms both recognizable and foreign. The gentle whisper of the wind through the tall grass became my steadfast companion, accompanied by the soft symphony of early birds welcoming the dawn. I began chronicling the messages in a leather-bound journal, my fingertips tracing the dampness of the pages as I sketched what I beheld. The paper acquired a faint ripple from the moisture, as if recalling the dew from which the letters emerged. One misty morning, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The script had unfurled from a central point, spiraling outward to form an intricate mandala of words and symbols. The air crackled with a hushed energy, and the usual morning noises seemed hushed, as if the meadow itself held its breath. A tingling sensation pricked my skin as I followed the spiral with my gaze, attempting to decipher its design. The messages began to manifest in other places as well. I discovered them traced in the condensation on my bedroom window, each droplet perfectly aligned. They materialized in the steam rising from my morning tea, briefly visible before dissipating into the atmosphere. Even the frost patterns on autumn leaves appeared to contain fragments of this enigmatic communication. In my dreams, the scripts materialized, flowing like liquid silver through landscapes of shadow and light. They divulged secrets in voices resembling rustling leaves and distant wind chimes. Each morning I awoke with a fading memory of nearly comprehending, the meaning slipping away like water through my grasp. My journal burgeoned, its pages now a testament to this gentle enigma. At times I spent hours comparing the patterns, noting how they seemed to correspond with the moon's phases, the changing seasons, the subtle shifts in morning light. The more I observed, the more I discerned a profound rhythm, as if the due script was part of a grand, unhurried dialogue between earth and sky. As winter approached, the messages dwindled, appearing only on the purest mornings when the air was crystalline and serene. I cherished these moments even more, aware that each one might be the last until spring. The frost crafted its own rendition of the script, inscribing delicate messages into the frozen grass that glimmered like diamonds in the soft sunlight. Now, years later, I still frequent the meadow, though the messages arise less frequently. Sometimes I ponder if they were intended to lead me to this state of tranquil observation, this serene appreciation of morning's subtle enchantment. The dew still forms its flawless droplets on grass and leaf, and while the distinct letters may have faded, I've learned to discern something else in their patterns, a reminder that mystery need not always be unraveled to hold meaning. My journal rests on my desk, its pages brimming with the captured echoes of those dawn revelations. When I peruse it now, I notice how the sketched patterns appear to shift and transform in varying lights, much like the due script itself. Perhaps understanding was never the objective. Perhaps the true gift lay in the quiet moments of awe, in mastering the art of pausing to witness the world's small wonders with patient, grateful eyes. The meadow has become my refuge, a realm where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary thins in the early light of day. And though I may never decode the significance of those crystalline messages, their presence has left an enduring imprint on my spirit, teaching me that some of life's most profound encounters arise not in grand revelations, but in the gentle unfurling of questions without answers. Story 12. On a dreary afternoon, a mysterious envelope found its way into my hands, hidden among the usual stack of mail. I unfolded the aged paper, revealing handwritten words that seemed to awaken memories I had never lived. The faint aroma of old ink and lavender enveloped the room, stirring a sense of nostalgia and prompting me to question the essence of my own past. The paper, fragile and weathered, felt like a whisper from another time as I traced its edges with gentle fingertips. Raindrops tapped softly on the window, creating a tranquil melody that harmonized with the steady rhythm of my heart. The warm glow of my reading lamp bathed the room in a soft amber light, illuminating the elegant script that danced across the letter before me. "My dearest friend," the letter greeted me, "I write to remind you of the summer house where we shared those cherished days." Strangely, the mention of this summer house stirred no recollection in my mind, yet as I delved deeper into the words, I could almost feel the sun's warmth on my skin and hear the distant melody of waves caressing the shore. By the crackling fireplace, I delved into the letter's contents, each sentence unlocking a cascade of unfamiliar yet oddly intimate memories. The sense of sea salt and freshly mown grass, the sensation of smooth wooden floorboards beneath bare feet, the whisper of cotton curtains and a gentle breeze all painted vivid scenes in my mind. The letter recounted afternoon teas served in delicate china cups adorned with blue flowers, quiet conversations in a garden where roses bloomed eternally, and the enigma of a locked room on the third floor. With each description, the memories grew more vivid, more tangible, though I knew deep down that these experiences were not my own. My cat nestled in my lap, her purring a soothing backdrop as I turned to the next page, her presence grounding me in the present even as my thoughts drifted through these phantom recollections. The graceful handwriting continued, detailing events that now felt as real as the chair I sat in. Strolls through misty morning gardens, shadows dancing by candlelight, and the haunting strains of a piano playing from an unseen source. The familiar creak of my home's wooden floors seemed to echo the mysterious sounds of the summer house mentioned in the letter, a convergence of past and present. The scent of lavender intensified, permeating the room with a weight of memories that seemed to belong to someone else, yet lingered with a curious familiarity. The letter's author spoke of shared secrets, unspoken understandings, and promises whispered in the dead of night. They referenced a locket said to have always hung around my neck, containing a photograph of two young women standing before a grand estate. My hand instinctively sought out the locket, finding only bare skin, yet the phantom weight of it lingered as a ghostly reminder. Outside, the rain whispered its secrets, a gentle murmur that eluded comprehension. The letter recounted rainy days spent in the library of the summer house, surrounded by books whose titles shifted when unobserved. I tried to recall the scent of those books, a scent that I couldn't possibly remember. As I approached the final page, the ink appeared to fade, as if the words themselves were slipping into the realm of memory. The author described a pivotal choice we had made together, a decision that held the power to reshape reality itself. They spoke of a midnight ritual performed in the garden under a moon casting shadows in impossible directions. The letter's closing words lingered in the air, a blend of closure and new beginnings. Remember, dear friend, that our memories are more fluid than we dare to believe. The story we tell ourselves is but a fragment of the truth we choose to embrace. Perhaps this letter will guide you toward a different narrative, or perhaps it will illuminate the one you've chosen to forget. Signed with an elusive initial that seemed to shift with each glance, the letter held a mystique that defied concrete interpretation. Folding the paper along its worn creases, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window's glass, momentarily seeing a face that mirrored my own yet felt eerily unfamiliar. The rain subsided, the lavender scent waned, and I carefully returned the letter to its envelope, acknowledging that the memories, whether genuine or imagined, bestowed upon me a new perspective. Drifting into slumber that night in my beloved armchair, the echoes of waves and piano melodies whispered in the background, and the phantom weight of a non-existent locket lingered against my skin. Story 13. Late one night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade on the outskirts of the city. The neon lights flickered sporadically, casting fleeting shadows over the dusty game machines. Amidst the eerie silence, a gentle hum resonated from the depths of the arcade, filling the air with a nostalgic scent of stale popcorn and faded excitement, as if the very essence of the arcade was alive with whispers of laughter and wistful memories. Running my fingers along the weathered plastic surfaces of the game cabinets, I could feel the intricate patterns beneath layers of neglect. Each step I took left soft imprints in the thin carpet of gray dust covering the floor. The rhythm of my breathing intertwined with the low electrical hum, creating a hypnotic melody that enveloped me in a tranquil embrace. In the dim light, the faded artwork on the machines emerged like ghostly apparitions, fantastical realms and characters, now mere remnants of their former glory. Some screens flickered weakly, displaying fragmented images that danced like fleeting illusions in the darkness. One game in particular captured my attention, an aging racing simulator with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that seemed to move of its own accord. As I ventured deeper into the arcade, the temperature dropped noticeably, and the hum grew more melodious, echoing like a distant choir harmonizing in perfect unity. Swaying gently to the rhythmic pulse of the hum, I felt a sense of endless possibilities lingering in the air, as if the boundary between reality and imagination had blurred within this forgotten haven. Following a narrow hallway that led to the maintenance area, I passed vintage posters of long-forgotten games, their faded colors whispering tales of bygone eras. The creaking floorboards murmured beneath my footsteps, adding their voices to the arcade's enigmatic symphony. The hum seemed to ebb and flow in response to my presence, its tone and intensity shifting with each step. At the end of the hallway, a weathered wooden door beckoned, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuitry. The brass handle, warm to the touch, opened to reveal a small room bathed in a soft, ethereal blue light. Arcade motherboards adorned the walls, their blinking LED lights forming cryptic patterns. At the room's center stood an ancient computer terminal, its screen alive with scrolling text that hinted at forgotten tales and arcane secrets. Captivated by the mesmerizing display, I settled into the worn operator's chair, the rhythmic hum enveloping me in a trance-like state. The text on the screen wove intricate patterns, blending game code with a deeper, more profound essence that eluded my understanding. Fingers poised over the aged keyboard, I began to type, guided by an unseen force. The hum synchronized with the keystrokes, creating a harmonious duet between man and machine. Time seemed to lose its grip in that mystical chamber, the blue light seeping into my very being as the hum reverberated through my bones. I penned tales of ancient worlds and forgotten dreams, the machine responding with cryptic narratives encoded in bursts of static and illuminated characters. When I rose from the chair, the passage of time unknown, the hum had intertwined with my essence, a subtle presence guiding me through the altered arcade. The abandoned cabinets now stood as silent sentinels, their screens hinting at uncharted realms waiting to be awakened. Running my hand along the machines, I felt a surge of electricity, a silent acknowledgement from the dormant arcade, each game adding its voice to the ever-present hum. The racing game's steering wheel remained motionless, yet its screen displayed a road stretching into infinity, bathed in the soft glow of a digital dawn. As I made my way to the exit, I glanced back one final time. The neon lights no longer flickered erratically, but shone with a warm, steady glow. The hum of the arcade had transformed into a gentle purr, like a slumbering electronic beast content in its dreams. I knew then that I would return, drawn by the symphony of silence and the promise of untold stories waiting to be unraveled in the interlude between games. Stepping outside, the hum lingered as a subtle vibration in my chest, a lingering echo of the night's mysterious melody. In the quiet moments before dawn, I still feel its beckoning call, a harmonious blend of memory and enigma, forever resonating in the deserted arcade's realm of dreams. Story 14. In the deep hush of midnight, while nestled in my bed, a stray echo caught my attention, a voice both hauntingly familiar and achingly distant. The soft drone of the air conditioner and the gentle rustle of leaves outside blended into a spectral choir, evoking memories of someone or something I believed long gone. That night my bedroom seemed to wear a different cloak. Moonbeams danced on the walls, casting silver patterns that appeared to breathe with a subtle rhythm. The air held a peculiar weight, akin to the stillness before a rainstorm, where anticipation hangs heavy in the atmosphere. Shadows gathered in the corners, unusually deep, as if conspiring to share secrets among themselves. The voice returned, a whisper on the edge of perception, like wind chimes swaying in a mournful breeze, melodic yet tinged with sorrow. Slowly I sat up, the blanket slipping off with a soft whisper of fabric. The cool, solid wooden floor beneath my feet grounded me in reality as my thoughts wandered into the realm of the inexplicable. Moving through my home at night had always been a familiar ritual of muscle memory and cautious steps, but that night, each room exuded an unfamiliar aura. The hallway stretched before me, its walls seemingly absorbing the dim light rather than reflecting it back. Family photographs observed my passage with distant gazes trapped behind glass, their once familiar faces now distantly remote. The voice guided me to my study, where books stood sentinel in orderly rows, their spines forming a tapestry of muted colors in the darkness. My empty reading chair beckoned, a silent invitation hanging in the air, as though it had only just been vacated. The warmth of the leather still lingered, and beside it my grandmother's antique table lamp cast an amber glow that pulsed ever so faintly with each ethereal whisper. Something peculiar caught my eye among my collection of vinyl records. One album stood slightly apart, its sleeves showing signs of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had touched it, yet there it sat, like a patient messenger awaiting my attention. The dust cover of the record player lay open, though I was certain I had closed it the night before. Almost of its own accord, my hands lifted the record from its sleeve. The vinyl shimmered in the lamplight, creating concentric circles of reflection that spiraled towards the center, beckoning me with a hypnotic allure. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its groove without my intervention, and music began to play a melody unexpected and haunting. Raindrops on a tin roof mingled with distant piano notes, as if surfacing from the depths of memory itself. The voice intertwined with these sounds, clearer now, weaving words that felt like fragmented echoes of a dream. It spoke of summer nights on a porch swing, of vows exchanged under starlit skies, and of time slipping away like sand through open fingers. My grandmother's antique clock ticked steadily in the corner, each swing of its brass pendulum stretching into eternity. The voice narrated tales of her, evoking memories of evenings spent listening to her tales, her hands busy with needlework under the same lamp that now bathed the room in its warm glow. Did she hold knowledge of this voice? Had she left behind a message that I was just beginning to decipher? The room's temperature shifted subtly, creating eddies of air that caused the lamp's light to dance. Shadows took on varying shades of darkness, revealing intricate patterns reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother used to craft, patterns that seemed to conceal hidden truths. Sinking into my reading chair, its familiar embrace cradled me as the voice continued its otherworldly soliloquy. The words fell into a rhythm harmonizing with the clock's pendulum, crafting a mesmerizing symphony of memory and enigma. My fingers traced familiar patterns on the chair's worn armrests, following grooves etched by years of similar caresses. The bookshelves seemed to breathe in time with the voice, their contents shifting almost imperceptibly. One book stood out, a volume of poetry gifted by my grandmother long ago. Its spine glowed faintly in the lamplight as the voice recited verses that I had once read aloud to her during her final days. Time flowed like honey in winter, thick with significance yet elusive in its grasp. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, its words just beyond complete understanding. It spoke of connections transcending time, of love echoing through generations, of memories dwelling in the spaces between heartbeats. As dawn approached, its pale fingers stretching through the window, the voice began to fade. The record continued its silent revolution, the needle tracing an eternal path. The lamp's light pulsed one final time, and in that fleeting moment, a profound realization dawned on me about the essence of memory and loss, about how certain voices never truly depart, they merely wait for the opportune instant to share their truths. When morning bathed the room in light, I found myself still nestled in the reading chair, the record player silent, the lamp extinguished. There was no trace of my nocturnal journey, except for a solitary book of poetry resting open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether what I had experienced was a dream or reality seemed inconsequential compared to the lingering emotion it left behind, a sense of connection to something vast and enigmatic, yet intimately known. Though the voice had faded with the night, its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than explained. And in the tranquil moments that ensued, I found solace in the uncertainty, in the space between comprehension and wonder, where the most exquisite mysteries find their dwelling place. Story 15. On a moonlit night deep in the heart of the woods, a hidden treasure awaited my discovery. Nature had begun to reclaim an old campsite where the ancient pines swayed in a hypnotic dance, their whispers weaving stories of forgotten times. The air was crisp with the fragrance of cedar and damp earth, hinting at the secrets veiled beneath the layers of time. Approaching the clearing, my steps were hushed by a carpet of pine needles, softened by years of gentle decay. In the center, remnants of a bygone gathering beckoned. Weathered logs encircled a fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a faint, ethereal glow under the moon's watchful eye. Their luminescence pulsed softly, echoing the quiet heartbeat of the night. At the clearing's edge stood the skeleton of an old cabin, its wooden facade weathered to a silvery sheen by countless seasons. Moonbeams filtered through cracks in the roof, casting ever-shifting patterns on the floor, as if the very ground itself held a secret dance. The door creaked open slightly, swaying with the night breeze in a gentle, rhythmic cadence that harmonized with the pine's murmurs. Stepping inside, I entered a realm where time had etched its own tale. Dust motes pirouetted in the moon's embrace, while the aged wooden boards creaked beneath my weight, whispering ancient stories with each footfall. A stone fireplace loomed along one wall, its chimney a sentinel reaching towards the stars. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had gathered, forming enigmatic patterns resembling an unknown script. A small table by the window cradled an ancient journal, its pages warped by humidity yet miraculously preserved. The leather cover felt warm to the touch, a stark contrast to the cool night air that enveloped me. Opening it gently, the spine crackled like a secret being unveiled, revealing elegant script recounting tales of mysterious lights among the trees and haunting melodies carried by the wind, ephemeral and elusive. Each night, the author chronicled, the pines would engage in whispered conversations as twilight descended, sharing secrets of travelers past, of forest metamorphoses, and of entities that dwelled in the shadow's embrace. The journal spoke of the mushrooms in the fire pit, how they would glow with an otherworldly radiance on certain nights, their light pulsating in unison with distant, ethereal melodies that lingered just beyond hearing. As I delved deeper into the journal's enigmatic passages, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. The moonlight took on a silvery hue, casting deeper shadows that seemed to conceal hidden truths. The pines' whispers grew clearer, though their cryptic language remained a mystery. I swayed involuntarily, my breath sinking with a hidden rhythm in the air, lulling me into a trance-like state. The journal recounted a peculiar phenomenon. On nights of the fullest moon, such as this one, the old fire pit would transform into a mirror, reflecting the celestial canopy above in a liquid sheen, defying logic and reason. Intrigued, I ventured back outside, the journal clutched reverently in my hands, eager to witness this spectral metamorphosis. The clearing appeared different now, subtly altered by unseen forces. The logs formed intricate patterns, and the mushroom's glow intensified, casting an otherworldly aura. Approaching the fire pit, I beheld the surreal sight described in the journal. The ashes now mirrored the heavens above, revealing not just stars and moonlight, but elusive lights dancing with purpose, like celestial fireflies choreographing a silent symphony. Mesmerized by the spectral display, I found myself drawn into a trance where the boundary between observer and observed blurred. Were the lights in the fire pit watching me as I watched them? Were the pines divulging their secrets or merely allowing me a fleeting glimpse into their timeless discourse? The night embraced me, time a mere whisper in the symphony of shadows and light. As dawn approached, a gentle mist descended, veiling the trees in ethereal shrouds of silver. With a final entry in the journal, I chronicled the gradual fading of the mushroom's glow, the whispers dissolving into the mundane sounds of morning, and the fire pit reverting to its earthly form as daylight crept over the horizon. Returning the journal to its resting place in the cabin, I knew that the mysteries of that night would forever elude complete understanding. The pines continued their whispered conversations, now speaking of everyday wonders: the wind's caress, the dance of sunlight and shadow. Yet in the depths of my mind, I still feel the echo of that mysterious night, the pull of enigmas that prefer to remain half-revealed, forever dancing on the edge of perception. Story 16. On a misty evening, I wandered along a creaking pier that extended into a bay veiled in fog. The soft lapping of waves and the distant calls of seabirds surrounded me as a mysterious melody unfolded, a hidden symphony orchestrated by the wind and water. The sea's salty scent and the aged wood's weathered aroma mingled in the air, turning the pier into a stage for nature's enigmatic and tranquil concert. With each step I took on the worn planks, the fog thickened like a gentle, gray shroud enveloping me. The time-worn boards groaned softly beneath my feet, adding rhythmic elements to the ethereal music that seemed to arise from all directions at once. The haunting yet soothing melody, akin to a forgotten lullaby played on unseen strings, filled the air. Lanterns along the pier cast warm pools of amber light through the mist, their halos swaying and dancing with the evening breeze. In their dim glow, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The railings appeared to vibrate ever so slightly, as if resonating with the mysterious music. When I touched the smooth, salt-weathered wood, a subtle tremor greeted my hand, reminiscent of a fading echo from a struck tuning fork. Here, time flowed differently. The ordinary world felt distant, muffled by the encompassing fog. As I ventured deeper into the mist, the symphony evolved, blending simple melodies with intricate harmonies. the wind's whispers through unseen gaps, the water's rhythmic percussion against the pilings, and a distant, almost choir-like harmony. At the end of the pier, an ancient gazebo stood, its Victorian architecture barely visible through the swirling fog. Its weathered dome loomed like a phantom ship emerging from the mist. Approaching it, the mysterious music reached a gentle crescendo. The gazebo's ornate railings seemed to function like the pipes of an organ, each hollow post contributing its unique note to the ethereal composition. Inside, I found elaborate patterns carved into the wooden ceiling, spirals and waves that danced in the shifting lantern light. A weathered brass plaque, partly obscured by time and salt air, caught my attention. Though most of its text had faded, I discerned a few words, in memory of the symphony and a date from a bygone era. The gentle music persisted as I settled on an old wooden bench within the gazebo. The fog swirled around me in harmony with the melody, creating ephemeral shapes that seemed to sway and twirl. I found myself gently swaying, entranced by the soothing rhythm of this unexplainable performance. As night descended, I noticed an unusual warmth in the air, a comforting embrace rather than the usual chill by the water. The lantern light pulsed softly, in tune with the mysterious song's tempo. Each pulse unveiled different aspects of the intricate carvings above, casting a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. In this twilight realm between wakefulness and dreams, I realized that the pier itself was an instrument, a vast, weathered musical apparatus played by nature's unseen hands. Every board, railing, and post had been positioned not just for function, but for the symphony they would create when touched by wind and wave. The worn inscription on the plaque held new significance. Perhaps the pier was constructed not solely as a docking place for ships, but as a tribute to something or someone long forgotten. Each evening, under the perfect conditions, it performed its symphony for those willing to listen, a musical memorial rather than one of stone. As I prepared to depart, the melody accompanied me, growing fainter with each step but never entirely disappearing. The fog parted slightly, revealing a gentle path back to shore. Even on solid ground, the rhythm of that mystical music lingered in my bones like a half-remembered dream. Sometimes on misty evenings, I return to that pier where the symphony plays differently each time. The music endures, shifting with the weather, the tides, and perhaps even the listeners themselves. It remains a mystery best left unsolved, a gentle reminder that life's most beautiful experiences are often those we cannot fully comprehend. The encounter left me pondering. Was I witnessing a natural phenomenon, an acoustic anomaly born of wind and architecture? Or had I stumbled upon something more extraordinary, a piece of history preserved not in photographs or documents, but in the enduring notes of an eternal symphony performed by the sea itself? Story 17. In the hush of a solitary stroll near the fringe of a dense woodland, a faint, almost imperceptible howl jolted me from my musings. The tang of pine and moist soil lingered in the air, drawing me closer to the shadowed depths of the forest. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with shifting patterns of light and shadow. Each step I took sent a satisfying crunch reverberating through the fallen leaves and twigs underfoot. As I delved deeper into the woods, the air grew denser, laden with the sense of moss and decay, yet oddly invigorating in its raw earthiness. An unseen force tugged at me, overriding any flicker of unease that tried to take root. The familiar sounds of the outside world gradually faded into a distant murmur. The rustle of leaves and the gentle breeze orchestrated a delicate symphony, a whispered melody that echoed through the woodland. Intermittently, fleeting movements caught my eye, vanishing as swiftly as they appeared, leaving behind only swaying branches and elusive shadows. The howl drifted through the air once more, so faint it could have been a mere figment of my imagination. This time it held a different timbre, a haunting quality woven into the wind's breath. The forest fell into an expectant silence, as if holding its breath. Birds ceased their songs, insects stilled their chatter. In that profound quietude, a subtle energy thrummed through the air, setting the fine hairs on my arms on end. A clearing emerged ahead, the trees forming a perfect circle around a tranquil pond. The water lay still as obsidian glass, mirroring the overcast sky above, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. Something peculiar caught my eye in the reflection, a delayed mimicry of my movements, as though struggling to keep pace with reality. The air chilled, prompting me to draw my jacket closer. Wisps of mist began to rise from the ground, weaving delicate tendrils that caressed my ankles, cool and velvety against my skin. The mist exuded a faint luminescence, casting a soft, pulsating glow that seemed to sync with the forest's heartbeat. Shapes stirred within the mist, ghostly forms that dissolved upon direct gaze, resembling deer yet ethereal, their movements fluid and mesmerizing. The distant howl resurfaced, closer now, its spectral quality enveloping me in a gentle trance. The boundary between the tangible world and the unknown blurred with each passing moment. Trees leaned inward, branches outstretched like inquisitive onlookers. Faces seemed to materialize in the gnarled bark, ancient and knowing, observing my every breath with silent wisdom. Time slipped through my grasp. Though the light remained unchanged, I sensed hours slipping away unnoticed. The mist thickened, engulfing the clearing in a swirling embrace of white. The howl echoed once more, transforming into a melodic chant, an ancient hymn resonating with the buried secrets of the earth, with enigmas predating human footprints in these woods. Suspended between wakefulness and reverie, I felt a presence behind me, a whisper of wild flowers and dawn's frost on the breeze. Instinct urged me to turn, to confront the unseen, yet my body remained rooted in place. Perhaps it was fear that anchored me, or the realization that some enigmas were better left undisturbed. The presence drew nearer, enveloping me in a profound tranquility. The forest exhaled, its age-old voices murmuring in forgotten tongues. In that ephemeral moment, I grasped the rarity of my discovery, a glimpse of the world where the veil between known and unknown grew gossamer thin. I never did pivot to face the unseen. Instead, I closed my eyes, surrendering to the forest's melody. When I reopened them, the mist had dispersed, the clearing restored to its mundane guise. Yet as I retraced my steps through the woods, I carried with me the certainty of an extraordinary encounter, a revelation that forever altered my perception of the world. Even now, on tranquil nights when the zephyr weaves through the trees, I catch echoes of that distant, silent howl. It beckons like a half-remembered dream, a reminder of the realms where mystery and wonder reign supreme, patiently awaiting those attuned to their ethereal song. Story 18. In the cozy embrace of my cherished coffee haven on a rainy morning, a neatly folded note awaited me on the table. The paper, pristine and adorned with elegant, unfamiliar script, carried a subtle blend of lavender and coffee scents. As I delved into its enigmatic message, a shiver traversed my spine. It was no random occurrence, but a deliberate clue to a concealed enigma within the mundane. The message, simple yet perplexing, read, "Seek the woman in the pearl gray coat. She graces us every Tuesday at 9:17 a.m. precisely. She never indulges in a purchase. She never engages in conversation, yet she always leaves a trace behind." Intrigued, I found myself drawn back to the cafe every Tuesday, driven by an inexplicable allure. The gentle patter of raindrops caressing the windows became my constant companion, crafting a soothing melody for my silent vigil. The familiar aroma of freshly ground coffee beans mingled with the comforting warmth of baked goods, enveloping me in a cozy sanctuary as I awaited her arrival. On the initial Tuesday, I arrived early, selecting a secluded corner table affording a vantage point of both entrances. The morning clientele ebbed and flowed, their whispered dialogues and the soft clinking of cups harmonizing into a tranquil symphony. My focus oscillated between the rhythmic ticking of the antique wall clock and each newcomer crossing the threshold. At the stroke of 9:17, she materialized. The pearl gray coat draped elegantly over her form, seemingly absorbing and reflecting the soft illumination in equal measure. Her presence possessed a blend of substance and ethereality, akin to morning mist captured in sunlight. With deliberate grace, she navigated to the same window table every time. While her countenance remained veiled beneath a wide-brimmed hat, her hands graceful, weathered, adorned with a solitary silver ring on her right index finger were visible. Week after week, I witnessed her routine unfurl with unwavering precision. Seated for precisely 7 minutes, her posture impeccable, hands folded in her lap. True to the Note-S assertion, she refrained from ordering, from acknowledging anyone. Yet I discerned the small mementos she left behind: a vintage button, a pressed flower, an ancient compass with a cracked visage but a needle spinning with peculiar vigor. The calf staff appeared oblivious to these objects. When I broached the subject of the woman, their gazes glazed over momentarily, swiftly diverting the conversation, as though she existed within a blind spot of their awareness. Each item she left seemed to pulsate with a subtle energy, narrating fragments of a tale I struggled to piece together. One rainy Tuesday, I encountered her seated at my customary table. Her gaze turned towards me, and though her features remained elusive, I sensed her acknowledgement of my presence. Before her lay an aged leather-bound journal, its pages tinged with the passage of time. With a slight nod, she gestured towards the vacant seat opposite her. As I settled in, the ambient calf sounds faded into a distant hum. The space between us crackled with potential, akin to the charged moments preceding a lightning strike. She spoke then, her voice reminiscent of autumn leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "You have been observant," she remarked, devoid of interrogation. "Few discern the patterns anymore. Fewer still invest the time to observe, to ponder, to question the interstices between instances." Turning the pages of the journal, she unveiled writings mirroring the elegant script from the initial note. "Time eludes conventional comprehension," she continued, her fingers tracing the text. "It bends and unfolds akin to origami, creating pockets where enigmas congregate. Some of us traverse these bends, gathering remnants ensnared in the folds." The journal harbored depictions of objects, the very objects she had been leaving behind. Each sketch was accompanied by coordinates, dates, and cryptic annotations that seemed to morph when viewed from varying angles. "Why me?" I inquired, barely above a whisper. She smiled, her countenance still elusive. "You harbor the patience for patterns. The knack for dwelling in uncertainty sans a clamor for solutions. Above all, you comprehend that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled." With that, she rose, leaving the journal behind. "Your turn now," she murmured softly. "Watch for those who observe the patterns, lead them back to wonder through breadcrumbs." Upon lifting my gaze from the journal, she had vanished. The calf's ambient sounds surged back like a gentle tide. The rain persisted its rhythmic dance against the windows, and the fragrance of coffee lingered in the air. The journal remained tangible beneath my touch, its pages now blank where once words danced. Every Tuesday at 9:17 a.m. I revisit the calf. At times I glimpse others akin to me, seated in quiet contemplation. Occasionally I bestow small tokens of vintage key, a pressed leaf, a sea glass smoothed by time. Witnessing the moment curiosity ignites in their eyes as they unearth these keepsakes fills me with a sense of fulfillment. Though the woman in the pearl gray coat never reappeared, her aura lingers in the silent pauses between heartbeats, in the rain's gentle tap against windows, in the spiraling steam from coffee cups. I've learned that some mysteries necessitate not resolution, but rather observance, reverence, and transmission, akin to whispered secrets in the interstices of seconds. Story 19. In the stillness of the attic, where time seemed to hold its breath, a hidden canvas emerged from the shadows of decades past. Nestled behind an old trunk, it beckoned me with a quiet allure, its colors muted by the passage of years. The painting, though incomplete, depicted a figure caught in a moment of transformation, a dance of light and shadow that whispered of secrets long forgotten. The air was heavy with the scent of aged paper and memories faded to whispers. I found myself drawn to the portrait, its ethereal presence pulling me into a realm of half-remembered dreams. As I traced the delicate brushstrokes with reverent fingers, a sense of familiarity washed over me, as if the face on the canvas held a piece of my own story. Seated on a weathered chair, the only witness to my silent reverie, I watched as dust motes pirouetted in the slanting beams of light that filtered through a lone window. The portrait seemed to shimmer, its edges blending into the raw canvas like watercolor bleeding into the fabric of time itself. The face, both vivid and elusive, captured my gaze with eyes that held a depth beyond their painted depths. The house around me groaned softly, its ancient bones settling into the rhythm of the evening, a lullaby of whispers and creaks that cradled me in a cocoon of tranquil introspection. As twilight descended, casting a golden glow upon the attic, I felt a subtle shift in the air, a harbinger of autumn's approach, a whisper of change carried on the wings of the fading light. I found myself speaking softly to the portrait, as if it held the key to unlocking the mysteries of my own past. In the gathering dusk, a peculiar magic unfurled before my eyes. The brushstrokes seemed to dance, their direction shifting with the changing angles of light, weaving a tapestry of shifting emotions across the unfinished canvas. I saw fleeting glimpses of a smile, a hint of sorrow, as if the portrait itself was a living thing, breathing with the ebb and flow of the shadows. Time lost its grip in that attic sanctuary, hours slipping by unnoticed as I delved deeper into the enigma of the painting. And then, as if guided by an unseen hand, my fingers brushed against a faded inscription, "Remember, the light changes everything." The words, like a cryptic message from a forgotten dream, stirred something deep within me. I gathered old journals and photographs, spreading them out around the portrait in a silent offering of homage to its mysterious allure. Each artifact hinted at the identity of the figure on the canvas, yet the truth remained elusive, hidden behind layers of faded memories and whispered secrets. Nights blurred into days, and still I found myself drawn to the attic, seeking solace in the silent companionship of the portrait. Bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight, it seemed to come alive, its unfinished features shifting and changing with each passing moment. In those quiet hours, I shared my innermost thoughts with the painted visage, weaving tales of forgotten dreams and buried fears into the fabric of the night. The eyes, so hauntingly lifelike, mirrored my own emotions, reflecting back a kaleidoscope of memories and longings long since buried. With each visit, the portrait revealed new facets of its enigmatic nature, a mirror of my own inner landscape. It became a vessel for my hopes and fears, a conduit for the whispers of the past that lingered in the dusty corners of my mind. As the seasons turned outside the attic window, a realization dawned upon me: the portrait's incompleteness was not a flaw but a gift, a doorway to infinite possibilities. It existed in a perpetual state of becoming, evolving with each glance, each shift of perspective, a living testament to the ever-changing nature of truth. I became the guardian of this enigmatic artwork, a keeper of its mysteries and its truths. The attic became my sanctuary, a place where time stood still, where the boundaries between reality and illusion blurred like the edges of the unfinished canvas. And now, as the years have passed like whispers on the wind, I still climb those narrow stairs to sit in quiet communion with the portrait. I watch as the light plays across its surface, casting shadows and illuminating hidden truths that only reveal themselves in the hushed stillness of the attic. The portrait remains unfinished, a living testament to the beauty of imperfection. It continues to evolve, to breathe with a life of its own, a silent guardian of the untold stories that linger in the spaces between light and shadow. In its incompleteness, it finds its perfection, a beacon of mystery and wonder that guides me through the quiet moments of my days. Story 20. In the quiet stillness of a sun-drenched afternoon, while tenderly caring for my garden, a serendipitous moment unfolded before me. As my hands worked the earth, a loose floorboard in the corner of the shed caught my eye. Curiosity piqued, I knelt down to investigate, and what I found beneath that unassuming board was a hidden chamber, a sanctuary of forgotten relics and enigmatic trinkets. The air inside was heavy with the scent of damp earth and aged wood, wrapping me in a cocoon of tranquility. Every object whispered tales of a time long past, beckoning me to unravel the mysteries they held. Sunlight filtered through the dusty window, casting soft, dancing shadows over the weathered tools and terracotta pots that adorned the room. It was as if the universe had conspired to reveal this secret haven to me. A peculiar sound, hollow and beckoning, resonated as my foot stumbled upon that peculiar floorboard. And as the aged wood gave way beneath my touch, a narrow staircase emerged, leading down into the depths of darkness. With each step I descended, the temperature dropped, and the echo of water droplets reverberated in the distance. My fingertips grazed the rough stone walls, guiding me through the unknown as my flashlight illuminated shelves adorned with artifacts from eras long forgotten. Porcelain dolls with knowing eyes, their once vibrant dresses faded to whispers of color, stood sentinel among leather-bound journals filled with the elegant script of bygone days. Brass instruments, silent yet pregnant with the melodies of yesteryears, shared space with curiosities that defied time itself. But it was the music box perched prominently on a shelf that captured my imagination. Its intricate designs mirrored my garden, and when I dared to open its lid, a breath of spring flowers caressed my senses, defying the passage of time. As I delved deeper into the chamber, I unearthed revelations that challenged my very understanding of reality. The room's boundaries extended far beyond the shed, its walls adorned with celestial maps bearing constellations unknown to any sky I had gazed upon. Hours slipped away unnoticed as I immersed myself in the silent conversation between past and present. The room pulsed with a life of its own, each object a thread in the intricate tapestry of mystery woven before me. Whispers of forgotten lullabies floated on unseen currents, lulling me into a state of peaceful contemplation. Photographs of strangers in my garden, captured through the ages, gazed back at me with eyes that mirrored my own sense of wonder and discovery. The journal spoke of nature's secrets, of blooms that danced under starlight and seeds that sprouted only in the embrace of the moon. As the sunlight painted shifting patterns on the chamber floor, I uncovered a key of peculiar design, a silent guardian of untold secrets. Though its purpose remained elusive, its presence whispered of doors yet unopened and mysteries yet unsolved. Emerging from the hidden chamber, I found the garden bathed in the same golden light that had greeted me upon my descent. Time had danced to a different rhythm below, where moments stretched into eternities and mysteries bloomed like flowers in the night. Sitting amidst the blooms as twilight descended, I pondered the gift of discovery bestowed upon me. The garden whispered secrets of its own, and in the soft evening breeze, I found solace in the understanding that beneath the surface of the ordinary lay a world of wonder waiting to be explored. The hidden chamber beneath the shed became my sanctuary, a silent witness to the mysteries of time and memory. Its secrets intertwined with the fabric of my daily existence, a gentle reminder of the depths of enchantment that lay just beyond the veil of the known. And so I continue to tend my garden with renewed reverence, knowing that beneath the blossoms lies a chamber of endless curiosity. The mysteries of that hidden realm have woven themselves into the tapestry of my life, guiding me with whispers of ancient tales and unspoken truths. The room remains my silent companion, a beacon of quiet wonder in a world filled with noise. And as the garden blooms with newfound vigor, I am reminded that the universe is a vast tapestry of secrets, waiting patiently for those who dare to listen to its whispered truths. Story 21. In a secluded courtyard, I ascended a set of crumbling stone steps and stumbled upon a mysterious symbol etched deeply into the worn surface. Glowing faintly under the filtered light, the mark beckoned me with an aura of enigma, as if it held the key to a long-lost secret. Intricate swirls and angular lines danced together, shifting subtly as I gazed from different angles, captivating my senses. The cool, mossy scent of weathered stone enveloped me, adding to the allure of the mysterious carving. As I knelt down to examine the symbol, the smooth stone beneath my fingertips surprised me with its warmth, contrasting the crisp autumn air that surrounded me. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying whispers of late-blooming flowers and aging leaves, creating a serene ambience in the courtyard. Drawn back each evening to those ancient steps, I observed how the fading sunlight played upon the weathered surface, causing the symbol to pulse with a soft inner light, like a heartbeat echoing through time. The more I delved into its mysteries, the more peculiar details of the courtyard revealed themselves to me. The ivy along the walls seemed to avoid the area surrounding the marked step, forming a perfect circle of bare stone that hinted at a hidden significance. On silent nights, a faint humming, akin to a distant melody played on crystal glasses, seemed to emanate from beneath the surface, adding to the mystique of the place. One evening, armed with my sketchbook, I set out to capture the symbol's essence on paper. As my hand traced its lines, an uncanny certainty guided my movements, unveiling intricate details and markings that hinted at cryptic messages in an unknown script. To my surprise, upon my return the next day, the markings had shifted subtly, as if whispering secrets only to the night. With winter's approach, the courtyard underwent a transformation. While frost covered the surrounding stone, the marked area resisted the icy grip, remaining clear as if warmed by unseen forces. On frigid nights, a thin mist rose from the symbol, dancing in ephemeral shapes that almost formed letters before vanishing into the wintry air. The symbol began to infiltrate my dreams, morphing into gateways and pathways leading to forgotten realms that eluded my waking memory. Despite their enigmatic nature, the dreams bestowed upon me a profound sense of tranquility, a gift from the mysteries that enveloped me. During one twilight hour, an elderly woman materialized in the courtyard, her presence exuding a quiet wisdom that transcended words. Silvery hair reflecting the fading light, she traced the symbol with a weathered finger, causing the humming to intensify, filling the air with a shimmering brilliance reminiscent of celestial bodies. Before I could inquire about the symbol, she vanished without a sound, leaving in her wake a smooth stone that nestled perfectly in my palm. Etched upon its surface was a miniature version of the enigmatic symbol, a tangible connection to the mysteries that enfolded me. Carrying the stone like a talisman, I continued my daily visits to the steps where the symbol stood as a silent sentinel of contemplation. Some secrets, I realized, are meant to be felt rather than deciphered, experienced rather than rationalized. The ancient mark became a portal to introspection, a gentle reminder that magic and mystery reside just beneath the surface of the familiar. In the tranquil moments between day and night, I fancied hearing the old woman's voice in the evening breeze, humming that beautiful, otherworldly melody. Though the true meaning of the symbol eluded me, I found solace in its enigmatic presence, a testament to the beauty of the unknown and the peace it can bestow upon those who embrace its mysteries in quiet reverence. Story 22. Late one night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned cinema, its marquee whispering echoes of forgotten grandeur. Inside, the darkness was alive with the flickering light of a solitary projector, casting spectral images upon the weathered screen. The air held whispers of bygone tales, a melancholic blend of popcorn and dust that hung heavy in the stillness. Taking a seat in the back row, the worn velvet beneath me sighed with age as if acknowledging my presence. The projector hummed a hypnotic melody, weaving a spell that transported me to a realm where time held no sway. Dust motes danced in the gentle light, forming intricate patterns that hinted at hidden truths just beyond reach. In the shadows, subtle movements caught my eye, like silken veils shifting in a phantom breeze. The scenes playing out on the screen, though seemingly from a vintage film, felt intimately personal, as if I were peering into the depths of someone's soul rather than a mere movie. A mysterious figure, always just out of view, haunted the frames, a woman in a mysterious dress, forever searching in a series of enigmatic settings. Her quest seemed desperate yet graceful, a silent plea etched in her elegant movements. Soft whispers brushed past me, carrying elusive words that tugged at the fringes of my understanding. The air around me swirled, alternating between warm caresses and cool whispers that stirred the senses. The leather armrests bore a lingering warmth, an echo of a presence that lingered in the shadows. As the film unfolded, anomalies emerged, subtle shifts and repetitions that defied logic. The soundtrack, instead of music or dialogue, echoed with the soft sounds of breathing, punctuated by sighs that seemed to echo my own breath. In a surreal twist, the woman on the screen mimicked my movements with an eerie precision, a mirrored dance that blurred the lines between reality and illusion. Her hidden face added to the enigma, a mystery that deepened with each passing moment. The scent of jasmine permeated the air, mingling with the musty perfume of the theater in a haunting embrace. A wave of melancholy washed over me, a poignant melody that resonated with a forgotten longing. The film shifted, revealing the theater itself in its former glory, the woman scattered among the audience like a phantom seeking solace in the past. A diary, aged and weathered, emerged from the shadows, its pages filled with cryptic entries recounting a quest for closure. The final pages, penned in a fading script, hinted at a resolution just beyond reach, a perfect ending that remained elusive. As the film reached its climax, the woman turned towards the camera, only to vanish into static, leaving behind a void of darkness. In the aftermath, a fleeting touch brushed against mine, a presence felt but unseen, a connection forged in the shadows. The scent of jasmine lingered, a ghostly farewell that dissolved into the night. In the lobby, a figure in a vintage dress lingered in the darkness, a silent specter bidding farewell with a graceful gesture. As I turned away, the weight of unseen eyes followed, a reminder of stories left untold, waiting for a kindred soul to bear witness. Even now, the scent of jasmine lingers in the air, a whisper of unfinished tales that beckon from the shadows. In those quiet moments, I sense a presence watching, waiting for the perfect ending that remains just out of reach. Story 23, in the quiet embrace of a forgotten gallery, a portrait whispered a tale that begged to be unraveled. Among the dusty relics of a bygone era, an image of a woman, her eyes carrying a burden of untold sorrow, caught my attention. Behind the frame, a fragile letter, yellowed with age, awaited discovery. The air was heavy with the sweet scent of lavender and the musty aroma of ancient parchment, luring me into a world long faded from memory. Time had painted the scene in hues of nostalgia, the sunlight filtering through tall windows, casting dancing shadows on the worn wooden floor, each creak telling a story of its own. With trembling fingers, I extracted the letter, feeling the weight of history in its delicate script. The woman in the portrait gazed at me, her expression a blend of sadness and resolve, beckoning me to uncover her secrets. As I traced the faded words on the parchment, the present dissolved, and I was transported to a time of whispered confidences and hidden truths. The letter, addressed to Elizabeth, spoke of a journey across the sea in pursuit of a forgotten legacy. Visions of a cherished music box, a missing key, and ancestral tales echoed through the writer's words, weaving a tapestry of mystery and inheritance. The portrait, a map disguised within its frame, held the promise of revelations long overdue. The writer, Margaret, urged Elizabeth to trust in the wisdom passed down by their foremothers, to seek answers in the elements and in dreams the language of the soul. The letter's enchantment lingered, casting a spell over the gallery and its silent witnesses. Shadows deepened and the portrait seemed to stir, revealing hidden symbols and subtle clues. A pendant at the woman's throat hinted at a key, a music box's silhouette whispered of forgotten melodies, and her hand cradled a secret close to her heart. The gallery hummed with the weight of unfinished stories, urging me to embark on a journey of my own. As twilight descended, I pondered the path laid out before me. Should I follow Margaret's trail, unlock the mysteries she left behind? The decision, like the gallery around me, was steeped in whispers of the past and promises of the future. With reverence, I returned the letter to its sanctuary, capturing its essence in my own words. A haunting melody, soft and fleeting, brushed against my senses, a reminder of the unseen forces at play. The portrait's gaze, now a silent guide, watched me depart, a beacon of forgotten tales and unspoken truths. The gallery, a sanctuary of dreams and revelations, beckoned me back, promising answers in the dance of shadows and the whispers of the wind. For now, I let the mystery unfold in my mind, knowing that some truths reveal themselves only in the quiet depths of slumber. Story 24. In the depths of my attic, amidst the forgotten relics of time, there lay a hidden treasure, an antique radio. Its dial worn and its speakers silent, a dormant sentinel of bygone days, until one serene night when it stirred to life, crackling unexpectedly into existence. From the static emerged faint, fragmented voices and distant melodies, carrying with them the bittersweet scent of aged metal and lost dreams. Each note felt like a whisper from a past yearning to be remembered, a melody of nostalgia echoing through the dusty air. Drawn by an unseen force, I found myself lingering longer in the attic after that fateful night. The space held a peculiar charm, with dust motes pirouetting in moonlit beams that filtered through a small window. The wooden floorboards softly protested beneath my steps as I ventured towards the corner where the radio rested on an ancient oak table, its mahogany surface weathered by the passage of time. As twilight painted the sky in soft watercolors each evening, I settled into the worn leather armchair beside the radio, a ritual as natural as breathing. Turning the brass dial, I watched the soft amber glow of the vacuum tubes illuminate, casting a warm light as I waited in anticipation. Some nights the radio remained silent, offering only the gentle hiss of static reminiscent of falling rain. But on certain evenings, when the air hummed with possibility, something extraordinary unfolded. The music would trickle forth, not abruptly, but as a gradual unveiling from the white noise, akin to a photograph developing in darkroom chemicals. The melodies were a rarity, unlike any I had encountered before. Waltzes that floated weightlessly, jazz pieces redolent of long-forgotten smoke-filled rooms, and voices singing in foreign tongues that stirred a sense of familiarity within me. One autumn evening, as the winds whispered through the trees outside, a new element infiltrated the radio's broadcast. Amidst the musical interludes, soft words emerged, clear and poignant. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice held neither gender nor age, yet its warmth tingled on my skin, evoking recognition from deep within. Compelled by the enigma, I began documenting these ethereal transmissions in a journal, noting lunar phases, weather patterns, and any discernible rhythms. The pages overflowed with descriptions of songs that seemed to echo my thoughts, and voices that spoke of memories unexperienced yet intimately known. The radio appeared privy to secrets about my past, my dreams, the silent longings kept hidden from the world. Winter descended, shrouding the attic in deeper shadows and colder breaths. Yet enveloped in the cocoon of sound, I scarcely felt the chill, lost in the radio's melodic embrace. At times, I would drift into slumber in the armchair, only to awaken hours later to find the radio still whispering its melodies, intertwining with my dreams seamlessly. In the liminal space between sleep and wakefulness, the voices behind the music materialized, their ephemeral forms flickering like shadows in the dimness. The most poignant transmission arrived on a night blanketed in snow, where silence reigned supreme. The radio spoke directly to me, recounting childhood details long buried: the hue of my first bicycle, the name of a cherished pet, the melody my grandmother hummed while baking. Rather than fear, a profound tranquility settled within me, as if I were being gently reminded of my essence. As months flowed by, subtle shifts permeated my existence. Colors grew more vibrant, memories sharper, dreams laden with deeper significance. The radio's influence transcended its cryptic broadcasts, awakening a slumbering essence within me. Unfamiliar melodies hummed on my lips, resonating as familiar as my heartbeat. During quiet nights when the radio lay silent for hours, I pondered the layers of reality enveloping us, the unseen frequencies pulsating beyond our grasp. The radio ceased to be a mere device, morphing into a window to parallel dimensions, offering glimpses into realms mirroring our own. I refrained from dissecting its inner workings, sensing that its enchantment, if enchantment it was, dwelled not in its mechanics, but in the ethereal space between reality and imagination. Perhaps the radio itself was not extraordinary, but rather a conduit guiding me towards frequencies latent within. As I pen this chronicle, the radio persists in its nocturnal serenades. The enigmas it poses remain unsolved, yet I've come to embrace the notion that some mysteries are more profound than their unraveling. Amidst the murmurs and whispers between songs, I've unearthed a different truth, one that speaks to the heart, transcending the confines of understanding. The amber glow of the vacuum tubes now serves as my nightly beacon, while the gentle crackle of the speaker lulls me into dreams. In those fleeting moments before slumber claims me, I wonder if across the expanse another soul listens to their own enigmatic radio, entwined in a dance of shared echoes and memories. Connected by invisible threads of sound and recollection, we journey eternally through the veiled night, united in the harmonies of the unknown. Story 25, deep within the shadowy depths of a revered library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove nestled behind towering shelves of ancient manuscripts. The dim light seeping through a cracked window unveiled dusty volumes and artifacts that murmured tales of forgotten wisdom. The aroma of leather-bound books and aged parchment enveloped the space, enveloping me in a sense of unveiling a clandestine haven of knowledge reserved for the most inquisitive of spirits. As the guardian of the library by night, I had grown accustomed to the gentle rhythm of the building after dark, the faint creaks of wooden shelves settling, the whispers of wind caressing century-old ventilation shafts, and the distant ticking of the grand clock in the main hall. However, this alcove felt distinct, as if it existed in a pocket of time of its own, untouched by the modern world beyond the library's weathered walls. I found myself drawn to this sanctuary during my nightly patrols, observing how the moonlight wove ever-shifting patterns through the intricate lead-light window. The dancing shadows seemed to morph into cryptic symbols on the aged wooden floor, reminiscent of forgotten scripts. At times, in the hushed stillness of the night, I could almost swear I caught the faintest rustle of pages turning, even though I was always solitary in this secluded corner. One evening, as I perused the books lining the walls of my refuge, I noticed something peculiar about their arrangement. The smooth leather spines, worn by centuries of hands, seemed to form a deliberate pattern when viewed from specific angles. The varying heights, subtle color differences, and precise positioning, they could not be mere chance. I devoted more time to studying these books, meticulously documenting their placements and how the moonlight interacted with them throughout the night. My flashlight beam would catch gilded lettering that appeared to shift with the passing hours, unveiling fragments of text in unfamiliar languages. The air in the alcove grew heavier with each night, laden with the weight of untold narratives. During my exploration, I unearthed a peculiar book that exuded warmth, as if it had just been held by another reader. Its pages remained blank, yet when I illuminated it under my flashlight at the stroke of midnight, faint inscriptions materialized, seeming to fluctuate and transform before my eyes. The words eluded me, dissipating before I could decipher them fully, akin to recalling the details of a dream upon waking. The tolls of the grand clock delineated the hours as I delved deeper into the enigma of the alcove. I noticed subtle alterations, books that had subtly shifted positions between my visits, the window framing views of the night sky that defied logic from its location in the building, and a persistent sensation of a presence reading over my shoulder. My fellow guards remarked on changes in me too. I spoke of the library's history with growing intimacy, as though I had witnessed its construction eons ago. I found myself comprehending fragments of ancient tongues I had never studied, and my dreams overflowed with visions of vast halls of knowledge extending far beyond the physical boundaries of the library. The most astonishing revelation occurred on a frosty winter night when the moon hung full and the air was crisp. Seated in my usual spot, a book tumbled from its shelf, landing open at my feet. Its pages divulged a detailed chronicle of a clandestine society of librarians who purportedly had unraveled the means to preserve knowledge not solely in words, but within the essence of space itself. They had crafted sanctuaries akin to my alcove repositories where the line between reader and text, between past and present, blurred. It dawned on me then that I had become part of something grander than myself. The alcove had singled me out as it had chosen others in the past, beckoning me into a legacy that spanned centuries. The whispers I discerned were not merely the settling of an aged structure, but the echoes of countless readers who had sat in this very spot, enriching the collective wisdom enshrined within these walls. Now, as I pen this narrative in the soft glow of my flashlight, I acknowledge that I may never wholly grasp the true essence of this place. The alcove remains an enigma, its mysteries unfurling in their own time, akin to words materializing on ostensibly blank pages. Yet there is solace in knowing that within the depths of this ancient library lies a realm where the confines of reality soften, where knowledge flows like a gentle stream, and where the act of reading transcends the ordinary constraints of time and space. I persist in my nocturnal vigil, overseeing both the library and its concealed marvels. The alcove patiently awaits in its corner, prepared to greet the next curious soul who chances upon its threshold. And on occasions when the moon is just right and the silence profound, I swear I discern the soft rustle of pages turning, as if unseen readers partake in my watch, all of us united by the timeless enchantment of words and the enigmas they hold. Story 26. In the heart of a forgotten town, an old theater beckoned to me with a silent allure whispering secrets of a bygone era. Its once grandiose halls now draped in decay. The ornate balconies and plush velvet seats stood as relics of applause and drama long past. With each step onto the time-worn stage, a haunting voice, tender yet laden with sorrow, caressed my ears, weaving a tale of yearning and regret. The echoes of its recital lingered in the air, mingling with the musty aroma of aged curtains and abandoned dreams, casting doubt upon the supposed emptiness of the theater. A gentle autumn breeze, a silent accomplice, whispered through unseen crevices, orchestrating a symphony of rustling papers and faint murmurs that seemed to materialize from the shadows. As I traversed the stage, my footfalls hushed by the ancient wooden boards releasing soft sighs beneath my weight, I navigated through a thick atmosphere, as if traversing layers of memories suspended in time itself. Above me, the once glorious chandelier hung in stoic silence, its crystals now cloaked in dust, but occasionally catching stray beams of light that filtered through high windows, casting ephemeral patterns that danced upon the walls. Intrigued, I gravitated towards the wing of the stage, where forgotten props lay draped in sheets resembling rolling waves under the dim glow. The haunting voice, now a mere whisper, seemed to beckon from this direction. Among the relics, a dressing room mirror, aged and clouded, yet retaining an ethereal gleam, drew me closer. As I approached, a chill enveloped me, not unwelcomed, while the mirror pulsated with an enigmatic energy, its reflection revealing movements that defied explanation, shadows of performers from a distant past honing their craft. The voice, now clearer, carried the melodic lament of a woman, her words a blend of solace and melancholy, as if eternally trapped in a tragic romance. Time, a fickle companion, stretched and warped within the confines of the theater, minutes melding into hours as I unearthed relics of yesteryear's crumbling playbills, costume remnants redolent of faded perfumes. The voice led me, a spectral guide, through forgotten alcoves and hidden recesses, unveiling a tapestry of memories. In the orchestra pit, ancient sheet music lay scattered upon stands, their notes faded but lingering, as if awaiting the return of long-gone musicians to breathe life into their melody. As twilight descended, the shifting light painted elongated shadows that danced with purpose across the seats, the voice now a comforting murmur that enveloped me in a cocoon of reminiscence. The theater, a living entity, pulsated with the weight of countless narratives, its walls expanding and contracting as if drawing breath. Seated in a velvet chair, dust motes pirouetting in the waning light, I bore witness to the theater's whispered tales. The voice, a conduit to the past, intertwined threads of standing ovations and bittersweet farewells, of new beginnings and final curtain calls, weaving a narrative that transcended time. As night deepened, the voice transcended mere sound, resonating from every corner of the theater, imbuing the air with a vibrant energy that blurred the line between wakefulness and slumber. The chandelier, a silent sentinel, caught the moon's glow, casting iridescent hues that waltzed across the ceiling like ethereal specters. Drifting on the cusp of dreams, the phantom audience materialized in the play of light and shadow, silent witnesses to a performance unseen. Their presence, a spectral embrace, mirrored my own captivation by the enigmatic voice that now lulled me towards the realm of sleep. With the night's descent, a profound serenity settled within me, the voice ebbing like a receding tide, leaving behind an essence of gratitude, as if my presence had validated the theater's enduring legacy. The old building, a slumbering giant, creaked and sighed in a farewell lullaby, preparing to embrace the quiet of night. As I departed, the echo of the voice lingered in the recesses of my mind, a gentle reminder of the theater's whispered confessions. Months passed, yet the allure of the theater persisted, drawing me back between dusk and dawn, where the voice, a phantom companion, continued its timeless soliloquy. In those twilight hours, the theater emerged as a sanctuary where past and present intertwined, memories dancing in the moonlight like forgotten reveries. The mysterious voice, a steadfast narrator of tales untold, echoed through the empty corridors, preserving the essence of all who had graced its stage, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling. Story 27, in the quiet hush of a forgotten thrift store, I stumbled upon a weathered sketchbook nestled among abandoned art supplies. Its cover, worn and faded, beckoned me closer, whispering of hidden wonders within its pages. As I flipped through the delicate sheets, the scent of aged paper and graphite enveloped me in a comforting embrace, like an old friend welcoming me back to a familiar place. The blueprints etched on each page captured my imagination, intricate lines weaving a tale of mystery and intrigue. They revealed a structure unknown to me, a place that seemed to exist on the edge of reality, where art and purpose danced in a delicate balance. Night after night, I found myself drawn to my study, where the soft glow of a solitary lamp bathed the sketches in a gentle light, casting shadows that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Rain tapped rhythmically against my window, a soothing melody that accompanied my exploration of the enigmatic designs. My fingers traced the curves and angles, each stroke unraveling a new layer of complexity. The corridors twisted and turned in ways that defied logic, staircases led to hidden rooms, and windows captured light from impossible angles. But it was the marginal notes that truly captured my attention, cryptic messages hinting at threshold spaces and liminal architecture. These concepts lingered in my mind, pulling me into a realm of contemplation and wonder. As I sketched my own interpretations, the world around me shifted, shadows deepening and corners bending in subtle defiance of the ordinary. One quiet night, bathed in the silver glow of the moon, I uncovered a hidden sequence of numbers within the blueprints. They danced before my eyes, a symphony of mathematical beauty that spoke a language only the architect could understand. I transcribed them diligently, feeling as though I were unraveling a cosmic puzzle woven into the fabric of the sketches. With each passing week, the structure and the blueprints seeped into my dreams, beckoning me into its impossible corridors. I wandered through its shifting halls, guided by a sense of peaceful curiosity, as if I were exploring a temple of the mind. The central chamber, adorned with celestial symbols and musical motifs, drew me in with its promise of harmonious resonance in liminal spaces. In the stillness of my study, surrounded by my sketches and the original blueprints, I felt a profound connection to something beyond comprehension. The shadows outside my window danced in perfect alignment with the angles on the pages, as if nature itself was whispering secrets of a forgotten architecture. The identity of the original architect remained a mystery, but their essence lingered in every line and note, a ghostly presence guiding my journey through the uncharted realms of the sketchbook. I came to see the blueprints not as mere plans, but as a map of the hidden spaces that exist in the periphery of our world dreamscapes waiting to be discovered in moments of tranquil stillness. As I pen these words by lamplight, the rain's gentle lullaby serenades me, and the shadows in my room pulse with the heartbeat of the night. I embrace the mystery, knowing that some questions are meant to linger in the realm of the unknown, like a dream half remembered, leaving behind a sense of peace and wonder. The sketchbook rests on my desk, its secrets whispered by the night, waiting to be unveiled in the quiet spaces between waking and dreaming. Story 28. On a misty evening, I strolled past an abandoned playground where the rusty swings swayed softly in the gentle breeze. Amid the cool air, a faint, almost imperceptible laughter lingered, a ghostly echo of bygone joyful voices that once filled the atmosphere. The mingling scents of damp grass and aged metal enveloped me, leaving behind an eerie feeling that the playground held onto memories of laughter long forgotten by time. I felt drawn to a weathered bench near the slide, its wooden surface smoothed by the touch of countless parents who had watched their children play. In the dim light, the metal structure of the playground cast elongated shadows that danced and shifted mysteriously when caught in the corner of my eye. A soft wind whispered through the trees, carrying the earthy fragrance of autumn leaves with it. Initially, I convinced myself I was merely taking a different route home, seeking solitude for contemplation after a weary day. Yet there was something about the tranquil isolation of the playground that beckoned me back night after night, each visit revealing new layers of its enigmatic aura. It had become my sanctuary, a place where time seemed to ebb and flow in a peculiar rhythm. One exceptionally quiet evening, while seated on my accustomed bench, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon about the carousel. Though untouched, the metal horse figures shimmered with an unusual warmth, as if caressed by tiny, eager hands. An inexplicable static lingered in the air around them, reminiscent of children's laughter suspended in the spaces between sounds. As the weeks drifted by, subtle alterations in the playground caught my attention. At times, the swings swayed gently without a breath of wind. On other occasions, faint footprints appeared in the morning dew, only to vanish as the sun ascended. The metal slide, usually cold and damp with mist, occasionally felt warm to the touch, as though someone had just slid down it. I began carrying a notebook documenting these peculiar occurrences. The more I observed, the more intricate patterns emerged. The phantom laughter I had initially heard seemed to follow a hidden schedule, becoming almost tangible at certain twilight hours, especially under the full moon and the encroaching mist from the nearby woods. It remained just beyond clear hearing, akin to a whisper in a dream. The other regular park visitors, mostly dog walkers and joggers, passed by swiftly, their eyes gliding over the playground equipment as if it were invisible. Yet I knew differently. I began to grasp that this place held something extraordinary, something unveiled solely to those who took the time to truly listen and watch. One evening I arrived to find a small red ball perched motionless atop the carousel platform. As I neared, it shifted slightly, as if nudged by an unseen force. The air brimmed with anticipation, and for an instant I could almost hear children's melodies hummed just beyond my range of perception. The ball rolled in a perfect circle around the carousel's central pole. That night I lingered longer than usual, watching as the moon ascended above the trees. The playground equipment cast shadows that seemed to move of their own accord, the swings swaying in perfect synchrony, creating a mesmerizing rhythm that mirrored the throb of my heart. The elusive laughter grew more pronounced, not in volume but in its presence, enveloping me like a warm embrace. In that moment, a profound realization washed over me. This playground wasn't haunted conventionally, it was frozen in a moment of pure delight, preserved for eternity. The unheard laughter was the reverberation of every child who had frolicked here, their joy imprinted on this space like a photograph exposed to light. The mysterious phenomena were not meant to alarm, but to remind us of the enchantment that lingers in places where innocence and creativity once reigned supreme. Months later, I still visit my special playground nearly every evening. I've learned to discern the subtle cues that herald the peak of the inaudible laughter, a certain quality to the mist, a specific hue of twilight, a sense of anticipation lingering in the air. Occasionally, I bring a book and read softly to the vacant playground, and on those nights the swings sway with purpose, the carousel horses stand proudly, and the laughter, though unheard, feels nearer than ever. I have kept this tale to myself, not only because of how it might sound to others, but primarily because I cherish this clandestine bond with a place that exists between memory and enchantment. The playground has taught me that some enigmas are not meant to be unraveled but experienced and treasured. And so I continue my twilight visits, content to be the spectator of a spectacle that unfolds in whispers and shadows, accompanied by laughter that dances just beyond the grasp of mortal ears. Story 29. As the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the neglected courtyard in a warm golden glow, I embarked on a leisurely stroll, seeking solace in the tranquility of the forgotten space. The air was still, heavy with a rich, exotic scent that hung mysteriously among the crumbling walls and ivy-covered arches. It was a fragrance both familiar and unfamiliar, a blend of spices and history that beckoned me closer with each step. The courtyard was a sanctuary frozen in time, its weathered stones whispering tales of ages past. Autumn breezes stirred fallen leaves in a gentle dance, their soft rustling harmonizing with the enigmatic perfume that enveloped the space. Shafts of fading light filtered through the ancient canopy above, casting intricate patterns on the moss-covered ground, as if nature herself was painting a masterpiece of shadows and light. Drawn by an invisible thread, I followed the scent to a corner where an old wooden door stood sentinel, its surface etched with intricate designs softened by the passage of time. Memories long forgotten stirred within me, elusive and tantalizing, like fragments of a dream slipping through my grasp. A stone bench, weathered by time and elements, beckoned me to rest. As I settled onto its smooth surface, the spicy aroma seemed to pulse like a distant heartbeat, wrapping me in a cocoon of comfort and intrigue. Details that had eluded me before now came into focus: the cryptic symbols carved into the columns, the shifting ivy that seemed to dance in unseen breezes. Time lost its meaning in that hidden oasis. Shadows stretched and twisted in peculiar ways, playing tricks on my perception. The scent, ever present and ever changing, led me on a whimsical journey of discovery, each inhalation revealing new layers of complexity, hints of cinnamon, whispers of cardamom, echoes of ancient wisdom. One evening, as twilight descended and the courtyard was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, an elderly gardener materialized, tending to her floral charges with a knowing smile. When I inquired about the mysterious fragrance, she offered cryptic words: "Some places hold memories we have long forgotten." With a mysterious twinkle in her eye, she vanished into the shadows, leaving me to ponder her enigmatic message. In the following days, peculiar objects began to appear on the bench beside me: a tarnished key, a rare flower, a script in a language unknown to me. Each item vanished without a trace, replaced by something equally enigmatic, fueling my curiosity and drawing me back to the courtyard time and time again. As winter descended, the fragrance shifted, becoming more elusive, more ephemeral. The courtyard transformed with the changing of the seasons, yet the enigma at its heart remained constant. The scent now appeared only at certain times, weaving its magic at dawn, dusk, and in those fleeting moments when the world held its breath. I continued my visits to the courtyard, each encounter with the mysterious fragrance deepening my connection to the ancient space. Like a silent companion, the perfume whispered stories of bygone eras, of lives intertwined with mine in a dance of time and memory. And though I longed to unravel the mystery, to uncover the source of the scent that had captivated my senses, I found myself content to simply be present, to bask in the enigmatic beauty of the forgotten courtyard. The elderly gardener's words lingered in my mind, a haunting refrain: "Some places remember things we've forgotten." And as I sat on the weathered bench, surrounded by the echoes of the past, I couldn't help but wonder if it was not the place itself that remembered, but the memories seeking to be shared, seeking to be heard, seeking to weave their story into the tapestry of my own existence. Story 30, amid a hazy afternoon, I ventured into a forsaken quarry on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The expanse stretched out before me, filled with gentle, eerie whispers as the wind weaved through sharp rocks and hidden nooks. The air carried the cool essence of aged stone and lingering dampness, forming a mysterious dialogue between the quarry and the passage of time. I pondered the enigmatic tales these silent walls had observed over the years. Stepping further into the quarry, my footfalls created soft echoes along weathered stone pathways. Each step stirred up wisps of pale dust that pirouetted in the muted light filtering through the overcast heavens. Descending deeper, the air grew noticeably cooler, bearing a subtle sweetness reminiscent of rain-kissed blossoms. Abandoned places had always beckoned to me, but this quarry held a different allure. A gentle, pulsating energy seemed to emanate from its very core. The towering stone walls, akin to ancient sentinels, bore the marks of human toil through the ages, yet now they whispered of something far more ancient, far more profound. Turning a corner, my eye caught something peculiar. Nestled against a wall, partially veiled by climbing vines, stood an old wooden door. Its surface, weathered to a soft gray, appeared remarkably well preserved despite its age. Yet what captivated me most was not its unexpected presence, but the way the vines surrounding it moved not with the wind, but in a slow, rhythmic dance, as if breathing. Approaching the door cautiously, my fingertips brushed against the cool stone wall beside it. The sweet fragrance in the air intensified, mingling with an earthy undertone reminiscent of freshly turned soil. Standing there, I sensed subtle shifts in the quarry's atmosphere. The natural echo of the space seemed to transform, assuming an almost musical quality. It was as if the stone itself hummed a melody just beneath the threshold of perception. The door bore no handle, only a smooth, worn surface where one might have been. Upon closer inspection, I noticed intricate patterns carved into the wood spirals and curves that seemed to shift and evolve when viewed from different angles. Time seemed to lose its grip in that space. The sky above had darkened imperceptibly, leaving me uncertain of the passage of minutes or hours. The quarry's whispers had grown clearer, yet still remained elusive, like muffled conversations overheard through walls. Finding myself seated on a smooth boulder near the door, I became entranced by the gentle sway of the vines and the steady pulse of energy permeating the area. The rock beneath me exuded warmth despite the cool air, as if retaining an ancient memory of the sun's embrace. As twilight approached, faint points of light began to emerge from the quarry's depths. Their glow was insufficient to illuminate the surroundings, yet they moved with purpose, akin to stars shifting in a stone firmament. Their motion mirrored the carvings on the wooden door, creating a silent interplay of light and shadow. The sweet scent grew more potent, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, as if the very air had thickened to cradle my form. The quarry's whispers evolved into a gentle symphony of stone and wind, punctuated by sounds reminiscent of footsteps or heartbeats, or perhaps both. Upon rising to depart, I noticed a subtle change. The door, though still present, had shifted slightly, revealing a slender beam of warm light along its edge. The vines continued their rhythmic motion, yet now seemed to elongate gradually, extending delicate tendrils toward me that glowed faintly in the encroaching darkness. I refrained from touching the door that day, though I revisited the quarry numerous times thereafter. Sometimes I'd sit for hours, entranced by the dance of light and shadow, listening to the stone's whispered tales. The door remained, static yet ever-changing in subtle ways that eluded my grasp. What lay beyond it? The question lingered in my thoughts during quiet moments, yet I came to accept that some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved. The quarry safeguarded its secrets, divulging them solely through whispers and clues, in the gentle sway of vines and the soft gleam of hidden lights. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in uncovering what lay beyond the door, but in quietly pondering its existence. In my dreams, I often returned to that spot, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath me and the caress of the cool air against my skin. The quarry's whispers accompanied me into slumber, a lullaby of stone and time, reminding me that certain places exist in the spaces between knowledge and imagination, between sight and emotion. The door persisted, nestled among breathing vines, neither beckoning nor barring entry. And the quarry continued its age-old discourse with time, speaking through whispers and lights, through shadows and fragrances, recounting stories to those willing to listen with an open heart and a tranquil mind. Story 31. In the depths of my attic, amidst a trove of forgotten treasures, I stumbled upon a weathered photograph nestled within an ancient album. The picture, frozen in time, depicted a gathering from a bygone era, its subject seemingly alive within the faded frame. A delicate aroma of aged roses and yellowing paper wafted through the air, weaving a tapestry of nostalgia around me. I couldn't shake the feeling that the figures in the photograph harbored a tale waiting to be unraveled, a tale lost to the passage of years. As the mellow light of the late afternoon filtered through the attic window, casting a soft, golden hue over the wooden floorboards, I settled into a time-worn rocking chair. The gentle creaking of the chair beneath me provided a hypnotic backdrop, lulling me into a state of peaceful reverie. Running my fingers along the frayed edges of the photograph, I could sense the whisper of history etched into its surface, each crease and tear a testament to the passage of time. The scene captured in the image unfolded like a dream, a garden party frozen in time, a relic of a more elegant epoch. Women adorned in flowing gowns and men in dapper attire stood immobile in their celebration, their serene smiles holding untold secrets. In the background loomed a majestic Victorian house, its windows reflecting the dying light of a distant evening. Yet it was a solitary figure that captured my gaze, a woman in a gown of pearl white, slightly removed from the jovial group, her enigmatic expression fixed upon the camera. As I delved deeper into her gaze, a peculiar chill crept through the attic, accompanied by a surge in the fragrance of roses. Closing my eyes briefly, I surrendered to the tranquility of the moment. Upon reopening them, I noticed a subtle shift in the photograph. The sunset now pulsated with a newfound warmth, casting a radiant glow over the scene. The woman in white seemed to have moved, her hand outstretched towards an unseen horizon, beckoning me into the enigma of the past. Transfixed by this spectral dance, the ambient sounds of the attic metamorphosed around me. The creaking of the chair melded with distant strains of vintage music, the aroma of roses intermingling with the essence of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries. The boundaries between past and present blurred as the figures in the image transcended their two-dimensional confines, coming to life in a spectral ballet of memory. The woman in white emerged as the focal point, her form gaining clarity with each passing moment. A pendant around her neck caught the light in a mesmerizing display, defying the constraints of the photograph. The temperature in the attic continued its gradual descent, prompting me to draw my sweater closer. Shadows lengthened, but the photograph retained its ethereal luminosity, revealing intricate details previously unseen: a teacup quivering on a garden table, a butterfly suspended in mid-flight, its delicate wings trembling as if caught in a zephyr of time. Lost in this timeless reverie, I rocked gently in my chair, the woman's eyes locking with mine across the chasm of decades, conveying a silent message. A sense of familiarity washed over me as I noticed the pendant she wore, identical to one unearthed from my grandmother's jewelry box long ago. A whisper of connection brushed against my consciousness, linking past and present in a delicate dance of remembrance. As evening descended, the light in the attic dimmed, yet the photograph retained its celestial glow. The woman's outstretched hand now seemed to point towards a small door nestled in the backdrop of the grand house, beckoning towards hidden mysteries. The haunting melody I had perceived grew clearer, a waltz echoing through the veil of time, entwining the guests of the garden party in an eternal promenade. The woman in white remained motionless, her gaze unwavering, her smile guarding a secret known only to the whispers of memory. It dawned on me then, a realization as soft as a sigh: she bore a striking resemblance to my grandmother in her youth, a connection bridging generations through the veil of time. Memories flooded my mind, tales of summer evenings and clandestine dances, of music and enigmas lost to the sands of time. With the onset of night outside the attic window, the photograph slowly reverted to its dormant state. The figures froze in eternal stasis, the luminance fading, the music receding like a retreating tide. Only the lingering scent of roses remained, mingling with the familiar mustiness of the attic, a bittersweet symphony of past and present. Gently returning the photograph to its resting place, I descended the attic stairs, the weight of my grandmother's pendant a comforting presence against my chest, a relic of a forgotten era now rekindled in my heart. In the hush of the evening, the echo of a distant waltz lingered in the air, a poignant reminder of the enigmatic nature of time's relentless march. Some mysteries, I realized, are best left veiled in the mists of memory, suspended between what once was and what could have been. The woman in the pearl-white dress had whispered her tale to me, a tale woven into the fabric of time itself. And perhaps therein lies the essence of such narratives, ephemeral whispers that materialize only when we are ready to embrace them, before fading once more into the gentle twilight of recollection. Story 32. On a misty coastal night, I ventured to an abandoned pier reaching out into the dark, restless waters. Etched into a weathered beam were intricate symbols softly glowing under the moon's pale gaze. The salty sea breeze carried a hint of enigma, and as I traced the marks with my fingertips, it felt as though I held a key to a long-buried secret beneath the tides. The gentle rhythm of waves caressing weathered pillars wove a hypnotic melody, beckoning me into deep contemplation. Standing there, I sensed the aged wood beneath my feet murmuring with each step, echoing the footfalls of bygone years. The air hung heavy with the tang of salt and damp timber, mingled with something ancient, evoking memories of forgotten tomes and chambers lost to time. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier, captivated by an inexplicable force. With each visit, fresh intricacies unfurled within the mysterious symbols, curves shifting in the moon's glow, lines weaving new patterns with the ebb and flow of the tide. The soft creaking of wooden planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure daring to breach its domain. During my fifth visit, a peculiar revelation dawned upon me. The air around the marked beam held a noticeable warmth, a stark contrast to the cool maritime breeze enveloping me. When I pressed my palm against it, the wood pulsed with a gentle heat, syncopating with my own heartbeat. It was a subtle yet definite sensation, akin to cradling a cup of tea that never grew cold. Often the fog thickened as I studied the symbols, enfolding me like a velvety shroud. Within its embrace, sounds dulled and distant, creating an intimate realm where time flowed in a different cadence. Sometimes a faint humming seemed to rise from beneath the pier, harmonizing with the ocean's rhythmic song. One tranquil night, as I sat beside the marked beam, I noticed the water below had stilled to an unnatural calm. Its surface mirrored the moon with pristine clarity, yet beneath that glassy sheen, shadows danced with deliberate grace. Too fluid to be fish, too sizable for ordinary marine life, yet too nebulous to discern. The symbols began to infiltrate my dreams, morphing into maps of uncharted realms or shifting beneath my touch like living script. I started chronicling them in a journal, sketching their nightly metamorphoses, noting how they subtly shifted with the lunar phases. With time, I realized that other visitors to the pier remained oblivious to the markings. Their gazes slid over the beam as if it were merely weathered timber, dismissing my attempts to draw attention to them. The turning point arrived during the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols emitted a faint phosphorescence, casting a gentle azure-green glow rippling like subaqueous currents. The warm pulsing within the wood intensified, and the subterranean humming beneath the pier grew clearer, carrying melodic notes resembling a language lost to antiquity. Curious artifacts began appearing near the marked beam, polished stones etched with spirals, shards of iridescent shells glowing from within, strands of silvery seaweed drying into intricate filigree. Each item felt like a message, though their significance remained elusive. Now, as I pen these words, I comprehend that I've become entwined with the enigma dwelling here. The symbols have begun manifesting elsewhere, in bathroom mirror condensation, rain patterns on windows, cream swirls in morning coffee. They no longer appear as mere symbols awaiting decryption, but rather a dialogue I'm gradually deciphering. The pier has transcended being a mere structure extending into the sea. It now stands as a threshold, a boundary betwixt known and unknown. The gentle mystery of the symbols unfolds ceaselessly, never fully revealing itself, but offering tantalizing morsels to beckon me back, night after night, to that nexus where the ordinary meets the esoteric. I've learned to cherish the notion that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but experienced. The symbols on the pier have taught me to find solace in ambiguity, to embrace the gentle allure of the unknowable. As I sit here now, enveloped in rolling fog, feeling the familiar warmth pulsing beneath my touch, I realize my role is not to solve this enigma, but to become part of its ongoing narrative, adding my own chapter to the ancient tale whispered in this twilight realm between shore and sea. Story 33. Driving down a rugged stretch of coastline, my gaze was captivated by an abandoned lighthouse perched against the backdrop of crashing waves. The weather-worn structure, with its faded red paint and crumbling stone, seemed to emanate a profound melancholy, as though it carried the weight of lost sailors and forgotten dreams on its weary shoulders. Amid the relentless howl of the wind and the briny scent of the sea, a soft, mournful whisper drifted through the air, a sorrowful melody that lingered in the night. Compelled by an inexplicable pull, I steered my car to the side of the road, the headlights casting long shadows along the worn path leading to the lighthouse. Each step I took on the gravel path seemed deliberate, the atmosphere heavy with a sense of history and quiet reflection. The evening air enveloped me in a cloak of dampness and memories as I made my way closer to the towering structure. As twilight descended, delicate wisps of mist coiled around the base of the lighthouse, resembling ghostly tendrils reaching skyward. To my surprise, the door yielded easily to my touch, swinging open with a soft groan that harmonized with the mournful whispers that lingered in the air. Inside, the scent of aged wood and sea salt enveloped me, mingling with a faint sweetness that hinted at the lingering essence of lamp oil from years long past. Ascending the spiral staircase, my hand trailing along the cool metal railing, each footstep reverberated through the hollow space of the lighthouse. The time-worn wooden steps, worn smooth by the passage of countless visitors before me, creaked softly in acknowledgement of my presence. Through salt-stained windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky painted in deep hues of purple and blue, pulsing with an ethereal energy that seemed to transcend the ordinary. The keeper's quarters, nestled just below the lantern room, exuded a sense of suspended time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like miniature galaxies suspended in the air. An open logbook on a simple wooden desk bore pages yellowed with age, the final entry marking a moment frozen in time decades ago. Yet it was the gentle sway of a rocking chair near the window, moving ever so slightly in the stillness, that drew my attention. The walls adorned with countless photographs, all capturing the lighthouse at different times and seasons, each featuring a solitary figure on the gallery rail. A woman in a flowing dress, her gaze fixed upon the sea, her presence a constant in the changing tides of time. In every image, she appeared to be waiting, watching, yearning for something just beyond reach. As I ascended to the lantern room, the whisper in the air grew more pronounced, a haunting echo of longing and patience that lingered in the shadows. The massive Fresnel lens commanded the circular space, refracting the dwindling twilight into a kaleidoscope of rainbow fragments that danced across the room. It struck me as peculiar how this long-abandoned place remained immaculately clean, untouched by the passage of time. Enthralled by the rhythmic pulse of the distant waves below, a haunting melody began to fill the silence. Clear and pure like the chiming of crystal, the notes resonated from within the very essence of the lighthouse. A melody so achingly beautiful, it stirred a deep ache within my heart, heavy with the weight of unspoken sorrow. It wove a tale of endless nights spent in anticipation, of ships lost to the sea's embrace, of a love that endured beyond the boundaries of life and death. In a sudden chill, I sensed a presence beside me, though my eyes beheld only emptiness. The air was suffused with the fragrant blend of lavender and sea spray, and in the reflection of the lens I glimpsed a spectral figure in a pale gown, her gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. Yet when I turned to look, she had vanished, leaving behind only the haunting strains of her song intertwined with the whispers of the wind. Respecting the profound melancholy that enveloped the lighthouse, I descended the staircase slowly, each step a deliberate act of reverence. The photographs on the walls seemed to have transformed, the woman's visage clearer now, her expression a poignant blend of hope and acceptance. It dawned on me that she had not been bound to this place against her will. Rather, she had chosen to remain, a silent sentinel keeping vigil over the lost souls of the sea. Sitting in my car for a long while, I watched as the first stars emerged above the lighthouse, their gentle light casting a serene glow over the rugged landscape. The whisper, once eerie and unsettling, now carried a sense of peace and acceptance. It served as a gentle reminder that certain bonds of love, duty, and memory transcend the confines of time and mortality, resonating through eternity like a soft, whispered lullaby. Even now, years later, on nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I find myself recalling that haunting melody. It evokes the image of the woman standing steadfast in her lantern room, a beacon of light in the darkness, her presence a testament to the enduring power of love and remembrance. Not all places haunted by the past are meant to evoke fear. Some exist simply to remind us of the enduring strength of the human spirit, echoing through the ages with the gentle cadence of a whispered hymn.